welcome. Welcome back, everybody, after a week off. That was the Lords of Thunder soundtrack from Sega CD. A really boring game, if I remember right. I don't know, I never actually played it. I watched some footage of it. It seemed okay. Really enjoyed the music. Anyway, welcome back. It's been a week. At least. It's been very hot here. I didn't really feel... I go through things where I feel like I need to play a new game to show it off. Just so I'm playing a new game, but it's not necessarily a game I enjoy. So I'm gonna try to... I'm gonna play a game I'm good at. A game I like. I mean, I usually enjoy whatever I play, I should say, but I've been trying to seek out new stuff instead, and that's no fun. So I'm just gonna play a nice cozy game today that I know very well. Ooh, let me get my own sound here. I'll turn this down. These are the characters. Last one. I'll play interesting. Oh, right, because I don't have voice turned on. So, hello, Google. Welcome back. Welcome to Blastcore. Probably my favorite. I don't talk about the Nintendo 64 very often because I think it's kind of overhyped for the most part. I love the Nintendo 64. I grew up with it, but I do think a lot of the games haven't aged very well. I think Blastcore has aged pretty well, except for the frame rates. That's just a general. That's like mostly my big issue with like 64 games and going back to them. So developed by Rare, of course. Same company as we know for Donkey Kong. Every other million games. So the object of this game, if you've never played it before, is you're clearing a path for a runaway nuclear truck. That's kind of the setup, which is it's a very like 90s sort of like environmental setup. Where we don't know who's so construction vehicles. I think most people probably play this. It's gonna be great. Let me turn it down a little bit. It's very loud. The soundtrack is very good for this game. I think it's aged pretty well, but it's also still that sort of like goofy video game techno all this time, so I love it. Let me move my mic over just a little bit here. Might sound a little goofy. Okay. So again, destroy the buildings in the path of the carrier, it clears the level, but it's not necessarily the end because this is a rare game, so there are 800 collectibles.
Time to get moving.
And normally I hate collectathons. I normally kind of despise, like I've tried to play Banjo-Kazooie and it's just not for me. But the collectibles in this game are just so like intuitive feeling. Like, for instance, collecting all the lights are one of the collectibles you need to 100% the game to get to the next levels. So crushing all of the structures in the level is another collectible, and then there's things such as finding the there's like secret level unlocks because again it's a rare game. That's basically it. I don't know why I'm explaining this. Anyway, we're just gonna like shit. This game is like the ultimate like Tonka truck boy game. It's so funny to me. Just how like silly it is for. Well, what if you had a bulldozer and you could just run things over, and that was your job? The idea is generally also is that the nuclear truck can't be disarmed and has a kind of an infinite tank of gasoline, I guess. It's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. game also has a really robust physics engine for the time. Like, it controls really well, despite what people will tell you later, or what you'll hear about the dump truck, which is named Whiplash. It's one of the vehicles you can drive, and I think most people who've played this game kind of stop when they get to his levels. I don't know why I'm masculine. I don't know why I'm gendering the dump truck. I apologize. Whiplash's levels are generally really hard because you have to like hit it with your ass end of the truck. But it's actually very intuitive. Once you play this a little bit, the controls it takes a little bit of learning to get into like to really work right. But like once you can get the controls down, I think this game is like still holds up really well. I think anyone can kind of pick this game up and play it. Oh, am I a little quiet? Okay, yeah, let me turn the game down some more. There we go. That's probably way better. Okay. Oh, also, if you touch the truck at all, you're just done. It's still, like, loud. I'll turn this up. Touching the truck is, like, an instant game over, but... Again, like I said, I think most people have played this, so I don't know. The goofy-ass, like weird electro bluegrass. So again, the TNTs can be pushed into buildings to blow them up. It's mostly used for breakable. Later on, it's used for buildings that you can't break like otherwise. Like there's just like these specific blocks that are basically invulnerable to anything but the TNT crates. You see, the big blocks labeled TNT. So I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little under the weather. I'm waiting for my food to show up. So I'm pretty excited to eat my big Greek plate that I got.
No trouble at all.
So that's the level. That's just a tutorial level, of course, but I missed 2 lights. I'm gonna grab them real quick. Just 100% this. It'll take less than a second.
Go for it.
I believe they're right here. They're right here. So that's 100% on the level, which normally I don't 100% games, but you know, you have to do it here to unlock levels. So okay.
Show us what you've got.
I hope
This is probably the vehicle that makes the least amount of sense. With being just like a plunger mobile. Like, legitimately don't know what this is used for otherwise. Like, bulldozers have like other uses, right?
You're just trying to impress me.
We get the cool robot lady in the TV tells us that she's proud of us. Wait, how did I get a silver on this? What am I missing? Oh, I didn't actually collect the BDAs because I quit level. I have to get to the end of the level and sign out. I'm so foolish. Yeah, this exactly. It's the make your way through a crowd device. It's like it's like a cow catcher. It's so bizarre. So this is Backlash. Sorry, I called him Whiplash earlier. Called it Whiplash. So again, you have to hit it with the tail end, and you have to basically brake and then pull at the same time. Like it's very, or you have to use the gas and pull at the same time in the opposite direction. You basically, this is like early proto drifting. Wait, let me try that.
Try this.
It's very hard to do
I
at
hope this
first.
works.
But I think the key is to just start early. Like everyone starts too late. I feel like when they first try this. Talk a big game, but when it comes down to time. Okay, let's restart that.
Show us what you've got.
Go for it.
That was pretty good. So there's also just like hills, which you can kind of just cheat with backslash or backlash. This is, yeah, no, absolute Star Crash, absolutely same. I am not a rare head, like at all. This game and like I think Donkey Kong Country 2 specifically are like, I don't know if it's just because I grew up with them so much, but they're the only ones I can like tolerate. And even then, Donkey Kong Country 2, replaying it with my friend Proggy recently, like in co-op mode, I was like, oh, this game's like actually not great. There's a lot of secrets in that game that you're just expected to know, which I hate that kind of design.
Show us what you've got.
In games, I hate when secrets are just hidden, like you have to make like a jump of faith. You have to like basically risk a life for absolutely no reason, with no hunches whatsoever. It's just boring, you know? This game controls so well. This is the tough one, though. I should get this building second.
Show us what you've got.
You can do this.
And the fact that they managed the frame rate they did at the speeds they did is very impressive. Yeah, see, this arrow is a liar. I'll try one more time, and then I'm just gonna move on to another level instead of trying to get gold.
Good luck.
Silver is good enough for now. I need to get gold on every level though to unlock the secret levels is the problem. So, which it tells you. So, no problems there. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I hate this whiplash level. Backlash, whatever. We're gonna go use J-Bomb, who's the big robot with the jetpack. It is extremely 90s design.
Try this for size.
I hope this works.
Amazing. Like, I love how you can't see, like, anything. There's kind of a trick to J-Bomb where, big Pilot absolutely. See, I was a big Pilot Wing 64 fan. I mean, it was like one of 2 games at launch, right? But going back to that game is very hard. It controls pretty badly for the most part. It's a shame. This controls a lot better than Pilot Wings 64 for sure.
No trouble at all.
Very nice. Yeah, it's very bad. Okay. The 3DS Pilot Wings, is that like a, I can't remember, is that like a Wii Sports Resort game, or is it just Pilot Wings 3DS? I guess it's probably set in like the Wii Sports Resort island, since they put everything on that island. Okay, let's check out what this is. This is Blackridge Works. I want to go to Carrick Point first. Carrick Point's pretty dope. Yeah, I will say Pilot Wing 64 is still better than Pilot Wings on the Super Nintendo, but I know a lot of people who love that game, so it's fair.
I hope this works.
Or rather, SNES Pilot Wings just is rough. Okay, so sometimes the lights, what it was saying was that sometimes the lights will guide you where to go, but sometimes it's just there for show, I guess. They give a story reason to like the collectible 100 lights that are in every level, which is very silly to me. Can't remember. Ah! But this active zoom cam, I love it. The survivors freed thing is such an arbitrary, like, I don't know, I don't see the point of it, if that makes sense. Because it's just certain buildings have survivors in them and certain ones don't. It's very arbitrary. It's just another thing you have to get 100% of. Yeah, I might check that out, honestly, then. I mean, 3DS games are dirt cheap now, and I want an excuse to use it again, because I spent so much money on my 3DS, and I feel like I barely ever played the games I bought. Uh-oh.
Nice work.
Okay, we're good. Otherwise, I'd be stuck driving into it. Okay, so I'm just gonna get out here, and I'm gonna 100% this.
No trouble at all.
So, some levels are easier just 100% when you're not, you know, dealing with it.
Time to get moving.
Yeah. So these characters, like, all have names, but I don't think I've, like, ever watched the intro cutscene until today. When I would, you know, streaming it, because I just kind of let it idle. And that's very funny to me, because I think I've beaten this game like 8 or 9 times. Like, I've beaten it a bunch. I mean, just look at it. It's great. Short levels, though. I might... Yeah, no. That sounds really fun to me. I could go for, like, a Cozy Pilotwings game. Like, that's why I'm playing this, right? There he is. I was wondering where the robot was. Okay, so one thing you can do in this game is you can get out of vehicles and get into another one. You can't get into every vehicle, of course, but multiple stages will have multiple vehicles listed, and these are available for you to find and use. So find and use them. This is a bonus level thing. So tiny, yes, you get to be a very small little person running around. It's funny. So they give you new levels. Those are of course included in the finish all the levels sort of challenges at the end of the game. So, but I'll get through them all. I know all of them pretty well. I think this is where yeah. So that's the rocket scooter. We're gonna come back to that. Let me get the easy to break stuff first. Because so there's specific things that only the like explosions can get. Yeah, so maybe that's why I like this game so much, because I like Blaster Master a lot as a kid, just for that reason. The tiny little Blaster Master is so funny to me. So there's certain things that only this guy can reach. Specifically the boat. I gotta just... Oh, jeez. I'm gonna have to destroy the boat here with rockets. It's worth an arbitrary amount of money like everything else. This is also a rocket destructible thing, I believe. Oh no. Or maybe not. Maybe I have to run this over with my robot. There might be another boat I have to break. Crud. Maybe not. Nothing that way. Okay. Just have to use this to blow up the boat. Oh, there's a secret level here too. It wasn't a waste. Hey Aki, welcome. You missed pre-stream. I finally have a thing for the Gregory House point awards. So I made a few changes. I have a soundboard, of course. I've added stuff to the pre and BRB screen for the Gregory House point redemption. So if you have a lot of points burning a hole in your pocket, you can use that. Let's see. I still have one more building to break. I'm assuming it's something further in. I'm playing one of my favorite games. Probably my favorite N64 game. Unfortunately, I mean, it's kind of in contention. I hate saying it's in contention with Mario 64, but it is just like that good of a game to me. Mario 64, I mean. Gotta give it up for Mario 64, everybody. This game is so, like, perfect to me. Like, it's the perfect length. I just hate rating a Mario game anywhere on the list. Oh, I get that too, Star Crash. I recently like gave into using. Yeah, Mario. It sucks. Mario 64 is like the best game because it still holds up really well. Is the problem. This game holds up really well too. So like the frame rate's still very impressive. It's very playable. But Star Crash, I used to do that all the time for like RPGs and stuff. And recently I gave up and I always use my like big healing items when I feel like it. Like when I don't feel like fighting a battle extra long. It works every time, actually. It's very nice. Using a Mega Elixir like before Disc 1 in Final Fantasy 7 is crazy. Yeah, I mean like this game is basically just destroy buildings, then come back to the level and explore with vehicles to find the secrets. It's both a puzzle game and an exploration game. It's really great. And it's also like a time attack, like speedrun game at the same time, because later on there's just levels that are beat this level in a certain amount of time. This is probably the first like big exploration level. I'll show you what I mean. It's a piece of corporate art. Yeah, exactly. Demon Souls is very good for that. That's a great example. You're just like, everything is consumable. You don't get a choice. I want to go up. Ah, crud. So those lights are destructible. But I just gotta like land on them, I believe. Okay. So this is when it kind of gets into the point where they start hiding things. They start hiding buildings, so it's a little harder to 100% the game. Or 100% the level, so you really have to explore. Come on. There we go. That's one of the harder, like, spots to land, so... J-Bomb is unfortunately one of the vehicles that kills the frame rate, though, so... Oh, missile view. There's these big floating orbs. That's a new mechanic. Oh, right, I need these. Come on. I want to get him before the truck goes, so I don't have to get back in J-Bomb over here. There we go. He's kind of very slow. The robots are a trap because they look cool when you're a kid, but they actually suck ass to play as because they have weird movement. They control very strangely compared to the other vehicles.
Check it out.
No trouble at all.
20 minutes off. J-Bomb is a racist Twitch streamer name. That's very true. All right, let's go 100% this level. It's like I said, this is when the exploration starts becoming like a real thing. I did see a boat I'm gonna have to destroy with this. Across the river. Oh man. There's like... Yeah, no, that's absolutely a Twitch streamer name. But so I'm planning to do a pretty long one today, so it's gonna be a cozy stream. I hate using the word cozy like that, but I'm inside, the AC's on, playing Nintendo 64. My mom's gonna bring me a juice box. I have horrible diarrhea. I got to stay home from school today. I also have gout. I'm just joking. I don't have any of that, you know. I'm a healthy boy. So usually the easiest way to destroy the boats is to find the safe spot to shoot them while bricked. The temperature? It's like 85 out. It's not bad. It says 76, which is a dirty lie. It's actually like hotter in my apartment than it is outside because we're on the top floor. But the AC's on, so it's like 80. It says 76, but it is like 80 inside. It would probably be like 85. All the heat comes to our floor. So, you know. Here we are. So, it seems like I found everything, right? 'Cause there's not really much left on this like main map. Oh, hey, look, I found a building. Hold that thought. I don't think I'll need these missiles for anything, and maybe if I do, it'll be something closer to where this starts. So, again, another good example. Building you can't destroy with anything but J-bombs. So, going on J-bomb trip. The AC was broken. That is like nuts. That happened to King too. They just turned like the AC off in the building he works in because they had to keep the rest of the building a certain temperature, but not the floor they were on for some reason. Just like nuts to me. Hey, welcome to the orb zone. So this is gonna be a running theme. J-Bomb loves to collect floating metallic orbs. It's his favorite. It's his favorite collectible. There's a few levels that are actually that. So later on, a few challenge levels. So as it is right now, I'm looking for something that's out here. But look at all this friggin' water. They just let you fly out into the middle of this like the ocean level where you can clearly see the textures repeating. Here's where I was looking. Bonus level. It's not everything though. But wait, there's more. J-Bomb heart the orb, absolutely. J-Bomb flipped when he got the orb. Oh, I thought that was an RDA. That's just a little man. That's just a little guy. There should be, I think there's something over here that I can get to. Let me see. Might be vehicle only though. I think it's, or car only, excuse me. J-Bomb is of course a vehicle. Yeah. Let me follow this actually. Oh, would you look at that? So here's where the RDUs are. I can actually get them through the ceiling though. I want to say this is the last ones. Nope. There's probably some in the tunnel, so I'm gonna go get the little quad dirt bike thing, or four-wheeler, whatever the hell it is. Actually, don't remember what it's called. It's called like Skyfall or something actually, because it's actually meant for like running down like gullies and landing on stuff. Which it'll show off in a later level. But that's the fastest vehicle, so that's where my brain is at. That's where my brain. That's where I'm thinking. And I had Arby's again, by the way, the other day for the first time in a few months. Not good. Why get anything at Arby's that isn't the chicken? I don't understand. The roast beef is rough. I do not heart Arby's. I heart the buffalo chicken sandwich at Arby's. It's pretty good. But I think that's because they have to fry the chicken fresh every time. So, you know, it might just be because it's fresh. So, is it really all that good? Oh, for sure I could get there was a secret entrance here. There it is. Oh, that's from the other side. Oh no, I think I do need J-Bomb. I'm such a... Yeah, that's right. I do heart the buffalo chicken sandwich available at your local Arby's. Arby's could sponsor me. I would say their shitty chicken sandwich is what you should go, or their shitty roast beef sandwich. Like, you should go buy it. They paid me like $5. They do have curly fries as just their fries though, which is respectable. I think there's like a secret thought that curly fries are like extra value, you know? Like you think the curly fry is because it's a special shape that it's worth more. Oh, sod it all. That's all the buildings. How many RDUs do I have left? I got 9, so probably just a strip of them somewhere. So let's go find out how I get to that car. The rats are losing it off of the Arby's buffalo chicken sandwich. So like, it's right here, of course. I'm such a fool. I have to get in here with J-Bomb. Okay, and into the Dukes of Hazzard mobile, I believe, is what this is. No, this is just a sports car. Excuse me, yeah. Warning, the Dukes of Hazzard mobile is going to show up. If you don't want to see a tiny, like 32 by 32 pixel Confederate flag done in a very shittily way, let me know. I will also agree that it's stupid looking and sucks. These friggin' RDUs, they're probably like right in front of me, honestly. That's usually how it always is. It's like up the center or... Might come back and hunt for these off stream at some point. The internet is here for it. Yeah, I'm gonna come back and do this off stream. That's boring. No one needs to watch me drive around in a little car. A little Stuart little car. Cider time. So that, of course, got me 2 more levels. So here, again, Skyfall. Skyfall is pretty fun. He's probably one of my second favorite vehicles, I think.
Try this for size.
Just because you just fall on stuff. You have to get 2 of them and then 2 of them, if I remember right, to get the gold medal. Yeah. 10 seconds. You basically have enough time for 2 jumps.
Go for it.
I can do it.
Try this for size.
Cutting too early
I
to the
hope
left.
this works.
The dirt textures, absolutely. So the funny thing about this, Saki, is this retro tank I have is the one that's built specifically for the N64 upscaling. It actually does look like great. For the record, but it is funny to be like, it's just ugly. you can't polish a turd, you know? Like the 64 just has ugly textures, and it's okay. Yeah, the tri-point filtering. Let me change the filtering on my side a little bit. Can see if there's any difference. I didn't see one. I think this is the best one. I don't really see much of a difference though. We want to beat these big levels. So we're going to whatever the hell this one was. Forgot what it was called. That's okay. It's a whiplash level, that's all that matters. Backslash, whatever. Backlash. Yeah, no, so that's the thing though, is there's also some quality just like lost from my capture card. It has a tendency to blur this stuff. So it's probably just like Until I buy like a Elgato or whatever, a Delgado capture card. There's no chance. And that's not happening. I don't have the money for that. I'm happy with my $50 card. So the secret is though, is they just like they cheat for you on these stages. They have these little rocks that you can use. So you don't actually have to use this guy or this truck the way you're supposed to. It's such a good soundtrack. I was kind of sad because Grant Kirkhope released like an uncompressed version of GoldenEye, the GoldenEye 64 soundtrack, which is, you know, great. But they never released like a one for this. They never released an uncompressed version of this, which is sad. The soundtrack's like really good, and I'm very curious to see what it sounds like on original like production hardware, as opposed to like compressed through the 64's shitty sound chip. Which seems like really good for synthesized sound and not much else. I don't know. No, Grant Kirkhope didn't do this one. Graham, what's his name? Let me see here. I just had it pulled up. It's the other big composer, Graham Norgate. He's the one who did. He worked on the GoldenEye soundtrack with Grant Kirkhope. They basically did like all of the relevant music. It's like him and David Weiss and Grant Kirkhope were the three. I love that Donkey Kong Country 2 soundtrack, gotta say. I hate to be another one of those people, but I've been listening to that since like forever. So one thing that they don't really tell you in the tutorial is that the texture of the road really matters for some vehicles, and it really matters for backlash. So if you start on grass, you will never get enough speed to actually like do the whiplash for the most part. He's very he's overrated. Like, I think people just have that soft spot for Banjo-Kazooie. I love David Weiss though, yeah. I think my food is here. I'm gonna go get it. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I hope we were enjoying the jams. Got my Greek food. Ready to roll. Let's find the rest of these friggin' RDUs. So, these are, see how these are like elevated? Obviously I can't get my gay little dump truck up there, so I'm gonna have to find a different vehicle for it. So yeah, banjo music sounds like merry grab music to me. It's like fine. It's fine. Like it serves its purpose. I don't like Banjo-Kazooie. I said this before. I've tried to play it. Maybe I didn't just because I didn't grow up with it, but it's one of the games I didn't have, and I just don't like it. It's too collecty and it runs very badly. Like it really needs an HD port, I think, and it'd be fine. Yeah, it doesn't control well. Like, yeah, this is a big level. There's a lot of shit to find. I forgot. There's a lot of. I'm gonna have to utilize all of my vehicles. First thing I need to find is the missile. I need the. So I need to figure out how to get down to that dump truck. I think I can run down there, or down to the not the dump truck, the bulldozer. That's how I get back up. Should be another way down. I swear I'm just like missing the one little thing. I can't get in that door yet. Snake Pass. I never played Snake Pass. Proggy and me tried to play Donkey Kong Country 3 after we finished 2. Like, we're like, well, we'll give it a shot because neither of us had played it before. And I was like, this is like awful. I felt like such a like hoity-toity like nose-raising gamer, but I was just like, oh, this feels like really bad to play, and the levels are kind of ugly. It was terrible. The level design in 2 felt so much better. Even then, 2 has some bad levels too, but it's watching me drive around, I hope. Yeah, I mean, it's probably fine. It's just, it's not for me. I didn't like how the music felt too. The music felt kind of samey. This is so exciting. Where? There it is. Do I have to like walk in there? I think I do. Finally, I found where I need to go. Oh no, I have to get in from the other side, right? This is where you end up after going through like 4 vehicles. So I first have to get down to the dump truck. When the dump truck is gonna let me get to the bike that shoots the bike that shoots rockets, and that'll open up the way to the robot, which will give me the last things I need to break. I just have to figure out how to get down there. Because it's blocked, I believe. Maybe I can get in as a person? I just like glitch in. Dump truck. I want to say the rocket buggy is like back here. I'm gonna feel very stupid when I figure out how to like what I'm like actually missing here. Maybe I just pushed this the wrong way or something. Yeah, I'm gonna come back to this. Oh, I gotta go save my progress. probably move on to a different level, honestly. It's usually the best thing to do on secrets in this game is to just... It's like where when Baba is you, where like getting a fresh set of eyes is just better on your brain. My brain is stupid. So the fastest vehicle, if I remember right, is just the car.
Try this for size.
Go for it.
Oh, I have to. No, this is bulldozer. I forgot. Bulldozer has is the fastest vehicle. I'm so silly.
Try this for size.
Time to get moving.
Baba's U is very hard, and it's a game you cannot like finish in one sitting. Not easily, at least. Like if you feel like you're like, oh, I'm just so smart, and then you come back to it and it's not, or you come back to it and it's like the easiest puzzle in the world. I mean, it's something that'll have you stuck for hours. You'll finish in like 2 seconds, and it's just all about like pacing out your brain.
Not a scratch on it.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Trouble at all.
Hey, you make a little Greek salad? Oh, that's hummus. With hummus. Damn. Eating good in the neighborhood, am I right? Alright, let me try it one more time.
Try this for
This
size.
one's pretty easy. It's just
I hope this works.
find the route, I guess. I think I just missed it.
No trouble at all.
Takes you on 35.
Show
One more
us what
time.
you got.
Time to get moving.
I think this way makes more sense. Flows better. Ah, so close. Not at all.
No trouble at all.
Alright, let's move on.
I hope this works.
Bulldozer's probably the easiest thing, obviously. You just kind of run everything over. It's not very subtle. Like, you can drift stuff if you really want to. But it is like definitely the first thing they like made, you can tell. It's like, well, this can interact with physics, so it's fine. The trade-off usually is they make like the bulldozer levels extra long, or it's about moving TNT, that sort of thing. Like they make them just complicated.
No trouble at all.
Not this one. No troubles at all. Yeah, I know. Oh, this is... I forgot this is still technically a tutorial level. It's weird though, you'll get all survivors if you destroy all the building. So it's like, they were like, well, we have to have a metric for it. We have to have a third metric for the gold medal, and it's like, why? So it just feels like a mechanic. It just feels like another thing to check off that they added. But again, really doesn't require much because I'm gonna get into the flippy robot here. This one's called like Thunder Fist, I think, or something like that. Thunder Legs. Basically, once you break one building with its attack, you can break it a bunch, depending on how you set it up. But again, the robots just control awful. Because the roll just keeps like going. See, like it's annoying. It's annoying. Give me the Tonka trucks. It's like useless on a level like this. Do the rest of them right here. This is a pretty short level because it's just a tutorial level. You like can't see shit as the robots on half the levels. It's just awful. Here we go. Easy. Yeah, I mean, people love this game, so it's not like a hidden gem at all, but I think a lot of the hang-ups people have is like stuff that the game has a lot of mechanics that you just really didn't see at the time. Like it's got a good physics engine for one thing, but the texture mechanic, especially for the vehicles, like Blast Corps Academy. This is where I go to school every day. There's like 100 levels. This is another thing I love about this game is just like you can finish the levels in any order you like. It's all just based off of how many medals you collect. In general, at least. Some of these are races. Here we go. Another backlash. This one's fun. I say it in quotation marks. This is when the levels start being like more like actual like sort of cities. There's usually more buildings. They're either puzzles or they just put a shitload of buildings in the way that aren't necessary. One trick people like to do with the backlash is you get up close. Check this out. And you just hit Z a bunch. You can break buildings by opening your door. It's a total cheese mechanic that's meant so you don't get stuck in a vehicle, but also just catching the corner like that will do it. Oops. Like I said, this is where the levels start getting hard, so it's gonna be a few deaths. First death though.
Time to get moving.
Oh, where'd I go?
Oh no!
Wasn't paying attention. I'm such a fool. It's fine, I'll just have to do it right this time. Like I said earlier, you can cheat by kind of just going on these little hillocks they'll give you. Just because the game has like I think the game has just like a part of its code that says like if the vehicle's in the air and it lands on something, it has to land on the ground. So like a vehicle has to land on the ground eventually, so it just breaks whatever's below it. This one's really tough because of all the grass. But this is like the end, I believe, so it's just like this building in the last one. Check this out. Oh, it's not gonna work. There we go. Come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Nope. So you also just running into buildings with your vehicle causes a little bit of damage. Which is a mechanic I abuse a lot.
I hope this works.
Whoa, why did my camera get flipped around? Weird. Got this.
Try something else.
That's pretty good. There we go. Just have to, like, be patient, I guess.
Nice work.
There we go. Alright, so just so I don't touch it, I'm just gonna get right in the truck.
No trouble at all. You can do this.
This is a dump truck only level, so gotta be, yeah. I love when they tell me to try something else, but it worked, didn't it? Oh, it's because I never rotated the camera because I'm a doofus. Dump trucks only, yeah. Dump trucks only, Outland Farm. Going nuts. going for it. Sorry. I was just lost in the dump truck moment. You know how it is. So welcome, Koji. There we go. I love the cheat. The door glitch is absolutely necessary later. It makes one of the levels very much less tedious. It's not absolutely necessary, but it is fun to use.
Try something else.
Here we go. Just need RDUs, and I think there's a secret level here. Always a secret level. Possibly over where the dump truck started. Or not the dump truck, the missile truck started. Who would have thought? Might actually be a second one. I think there's one like at the start of the level. Let's see, 12 more RDUs. It's doable. I often wonder if they got like, I know like Tonka trucks, the color is just like the color they use for trucks, but still. And I wonder if they got blasted, like Rare ever got like sued or saw any sort of like problems over the vehicles in this. Nothing back here. A big old waste of time. I may be driving straight because I'm eating. Aha. That's right. I was like, I thought I saw a slope up there. Perfect. Love to climb inside my big blast core truck. This is a big secret over here. Check that out later. Gonna take a bite of food while we try to keep moving. It's a very weird one, right? It's one of those games where the art direction is just like all over the place. Very early like 3D models. It's like my feeling. I get like big reboot feelings out of this, you know, like the show Reboot. Okay, I got some bites in me. This is rare, Aki. Like Rare developed and published this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is a Rare game.
I hope this
It
works.
sold actually better in Japan than it did in America, which is wild. Or it's called Blastozer, which is a way better name. So it wants you to use the little, both the gully
You got the hang of it.
and the little bumps to take these out.
You're on the way or something?
Whoops. This is a fast level. Yeah, this is a very, very, very popular game in Japan, apparently. It only came out, like a little less than a year after launch, so, you know, like, pretty normal for good games on a Nintendo console, I'd say. It's just wait a year. Although I guess they did have Mario 64, but it was like, what, Mario 64 and Pilot Wings, I believe. Maybe there was another game? Doesn't sound right, though. Yeah, there's a secret. There we go. Easy.
You got the hang of it.
Again, Skyfall is so. Yeah, no, it has very. It feels that if it feels that way, yeah, no, it makes sense because it was popular over there. Just what an utterly weird like concept for a game.
Nice. You got the hang of it.
It is fun. Alright, I'm gonna explore. Might as well. Sure, I don't miss any RDUs. There's one on like the bridge from the right. I almost always miss this one. Yeah, basically, Micro Machines again, best racing game. Maybe that's why I like this so much. It's basically just Micro Machines, but with like construction vehicles. Even has like racing segments. Ah, yes. Return of the Spheres. There we go. Easier said than done. There we go. I could get it at an angle. Dang. I wanted to get all of them so I didn't have to come back over a little bit. I think one thing that's pretty cool about this game too is just because of the way it's like broken up, like from a design standpoint,
Good luck.
like level wise and all that, it's very easy to speedrun and to practice speedrunning. It's also like easy, very easy to find what you did wrong because you can just be like, well, let's go to this level. Plus, I think it's very easy to do a segmented speedrun of it. I imagine segmented speedruns are like pretty much perfected. But I love this game. It's so goofy. Yeah, I think they just get buried. You know, like they don't get you definitely don't see games like with this level of funding because I want to say this was like part of the original like dev package. Like I feel like this was supposed to be originally a launch title and it got pushed back because a lot of stuff got. I mean, every time there's a launch title for any console, most of the games get pushed back, but I think just because Nintendo backed it is why we got it. Oh, here we go. Gotta kill this orb. This is a nice precursor to what the future holds for this game, so... Yeah, that's what I mean. Is it's like, yeah, you see stuff like, you see wild shit on like Itch.io, but I don't think it's on the same like level, and that's just because like, you know, the average Itch.io game doesn't have the amount of funding that even Rare had in 1996. Like, not even close. Dollar for dollar, not even close. Even before like inflation. Got it. Just a very weird concept for a game. Oh, here we go. The designer, I don't know. We have to put 100 in each level. Versus the Chad, just slap them anywhere, I don't care. Yeah, the orbs are buildings. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Probably an RDU in one of the dishes I'm missing. That's what it always is on this level. That's my roommate. He likes to burp and fart, especially near me. I'm joking. What? We have this fun game where yeah. Yeah, it is how roommates show affection. It's true. It's how you mark the stuff in the fridge, too. It's how I'd mark it. Oh, but burping on it. Yep, see, like, I'm missing one RDU. I wonder where it is. Follow this. On the bridge, maybe. Yes. It's a hidden one. What the fuck? I don't think it's intentionally supposed to be hidden. I think it's just like the layer it's on is like below the bridge. That one gets me like every time. I found it a lot faster this time than the last time I played this game. Gonna have a kebab bite in celebration. Mm-hmm. You gotta love when the programmers unintentionally hid secrets. I'm gonna get my cauliflower bites I ordered. I forgot. 2 seconds. Totally look up the soundtrack. It's great. Let me know if you find like an HD rip of it. The only rips I've found of it have like sometimes have voice samples of it. It's a little similar to Cobra Triangle. Yeah, another Rare game, so that just makes sense. We're gonna go to Echo Marches. Oh, fuck this level. I know this level. This is a slow J-bomb level. Boo. It's fine. Get through it as fast as possible. So, you'd think going really high up in the air would be good, like you need to build up momentum, but no, because of the way, like... Because of the way the like, falling on stuff works, you don't really... You just need to land on it, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, we're gonna break those because I need to fly over here to get the train. So it doesn't ramp over the train tracks. So trains are a vehicle you can get in, but they don't really tell you this at this point. Maybe they do in the opening. I don't know. Who cares? We're in a train now. But we gotta get this car out of the way. This one's just kind of like an introduction to the train mechanics, I think. It's like, yeah, there'll be stuff on the train sometimes you need to pull off. So they don't, you know, break. So the truck doesn't run over it. Oh. Almost clipped the train itself, though. That was something. Probably gonna have to go get more, go get another train here. Ah, boat time. Yeah, shooting on this level's pretty good. Okay. E2. There we go. So yeah, just the usage of like different vehicles is such a fun mechanic. Like they managed to not really make them feel too stale for the most part. Like they're all pretty unique. I guess they didn't put. I think this is supposed to be the car from Dukes of Hazzard, but they put an American flag on it instead. That's so funny. Because it plays the like it plays Dixieland when you honk the horn. Bizarre. That was pretty smart of them.
Nice
I gotta
work.
say. Simple. No problem. Yeah, they knew better. I guess they were British too. They were probably just like, oh, they have too many goddamn flags over in the US. They'll just use the American flag. That'll be enough for them. Ah, so close. Look at that camera shot, though. Sorry about that crunch.
Good luck.
Let's see what we got here. Okay, nothing back there. Fine. Probably something over in the trains direction, I think. Weird texture there. Oh, there's something over here, actually. Nope. No, there's not. A lot of invisible walls. That's okay. I used to hate on invisible walls all the time, and now, like, I love when a game will arbitrarily, like, wall me off from an area that I'm not supposed to go to. I know that sounds very weird, but, like, bear with me. I'm sick of open world. I want something concise. I like when I get blocked in and I can't do anything about it. Too much focus on, like, writing your own story kind of crap. I don't like that. I'm done with that. I've played enough of that. I don't want to make my own character anymore. It's too much effort. Oh, duh! I know where everything is. There's a whole dang harbor over here. Secret. I just gotta find the RDUs, I think. I think there's still a bunch missing. Yeah. I'm probably just missing a patch of them or a secret with them. There's a path over here. Oh, that leads up there, of course. Yeah, I'm missing exactly 50. Yeah, if I wanted to write my own story. Yeah, exactly. I'm here for an experience. Oh, what's up there? Nothing. Cliff texture. Oh, here it is. Another developer patch. Oh yeah, that's the camera sound. Can't do anything about it, sorry. That's why I don't use it very often. It's a pretty awful sound. The camera works at least. At least it's a good camera. But it's not being, like, super close. Which I'm assuming they did for frame rate, so, you know. Easy. Like 2 more levels, 3 more levels? Jesus. The amount of levels... that's a race. Kipling plant's okay. You can see how frustrating the missile bike is to use. I know where 3 of them are. I need to chart a path though.
Time to get moving.
Got this. I don't got this. The other one over here. Jeez. It is kind of frustrating. They don't tell. I have to destroy all the plants, but they don't tell me. You know, whatever. Who cares? This game's for babies. Let's try it again.
this for size.
I hope this works.
That's what I try. That's what I get for itching my ear. Damn. And being bad at the same time. Where the hell is it? Oh my god. It was such a good run, too. It is back this way. I'm so embarrassed. At least I got a silver. It means I can eat some of my food.
Try this for size.
You can do this.
Call yourself a gamer. Oops.
Show us what
That
you
turn
got.
tight
I
enough.
hope this works.
Yeah, I mean, right? Like. There we go. Much easier. And I know where they all are. Oh yeah. Go for Thunder Fist.
Show us what you've got.
I hope this works.
Yum. This guy's actually kind of easy to control. Kind of just mash the special ability. Crates unfortunately count as buildings though.
Not a scratch on it.
Nope.
Oh yeah, yeah, he's doing that in television knockoff, right? Or it's like in a television reproduction console, but it's like a huge scam. That's editorializing. That's an opinion. If this VOD ever gets muted by Tommy Tallarico. Let's go to Cromlech Core, why not? Play as Thunder Fist for a while. So the levels normally, they do this, I guess I never showed this off. They do it like a bird's eye cam, showing you the whole level. Yeah, Tommy Vision. It's so funny because I didn't like Tommy Tallarico like since I was a kid because I used to watch Electric Playground. And sorry, I was figuring out the controls there for a second. And I always thought he was kind of kind of very pompous, especially because it was like around the time Advent Rising was coming out, the video game that he was like, I did the music for, and I'm pretty sure he like produced the game itself, and was very proud of it. And if you don't know about Advent Rising, it's basically like trying to do Avatar, like the movie Avatar, as like this. You know how they tried to make like a multimedia, like, oh, it's gonna be a video game and a television show, and all that bullshit. And of course, none of that materialized because no one cared that much about Avatar.
Nice work.
But they tried to do Advent Children tried to do a whole like universe thing where it's like this is the video game's the first of this media property. There's gonna be a movie and a cartoon. Advent Rising is pretty awful and has a big thing like a big sticker on the cover that advertises like a $1 million contest that never happened. Like it was like be one of the first people who owns the game or beat the game and send in a special code and you can enter into the It kind of like how the Matrix did. The Matrix was trying to do that for a while, but it kind of felt like the Matrix did it like accidentally, like it didn't feel as planned to be a multimedia property. But Advent Rising is just kind of like a bad like third-person shooter game that's trying to be very deep and like basically like a new Star Wars, and it just kind of sucks. We have a copy of it for for Xbox. But yeah, their $1 million contests for beating the game never they never paid out because Advent Rising did not make $1 million because it was a bad game. There we go. This one's pretty easy, so the challenge in this level is all in the speed of. Yeah, Animatrix is pretty cool. I don't know about Enter the Matrix. I would like to play Enter the Matrix probably. I need to play that at some point. I skipped it because it was always considered awful. But it's probably fine by today's standards. It's just really short, right? It's like Enter the Matrix is like $60 when it came out, and it's like 4 hours long. The same thing happened with the Mad Max Fury Road game that came out a few years ago. It came out like 6 months after the movie, so it was like, who cares? Supposedly it was like a perfectly fine game, but it was like 3 hours long. Some frame rate right there. So the arrow at the bottom will always point you towards the next building you need to destroy. Little handy gamer tip. Did not want to let me go through those buildings. Whoa. And the arrows will actually change color depending on the closeness of the vehicle, so you can kind of it's all like very tense, and it's all meant to drive you like to make you like wait a second, how am I doing this? It's basically to make you nervous. It's great. I love it. This is a very smartly designed game. Secret here, it looks like I'm gonna have to use that train for something. Ooh. That's some lag. Yeah, this game's actually a survival horror game. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I didn't know that. The extra scene, I knew they filmed extra scenes for Enter the Matrix, but... Yeah, you know what? It can happen in video games before it could happen in movies. That's not true. It happened in movies a long time ago. I'm in the opposite direction. I'm gonna need the big rolling robot. Let's see what we need the train for. It might actually be nothing. I know there's one level where you can move the train for absolutely no reason, but I think there's something here. Let's see. I gotta destroy this somehow. Ooh, look at that lag. Okay. I gotta get a vehicle onto the train somehow. So this is a crane. I'm gonna use these a lot later. They're kind of a pain in the ass to use, but they do add like an extra like weird sort of puzzle to it. So how do I even? Assuming I can't just like walk off of here. It's probably like an invisible barrier. Yeah. Oh, see the secret over there? That's where I need to go. That leads to the, I think the scientist, which is the, basically like the hidden DK coins of this game. There's like 6 of them. You need him to get you need him to beat the game, basically. But they tell you where the next one is. They just say, oh, they're in this level, go look for them. So it's not that big of a deal. They're usually fairly obvious, too. I don't know how I get someone out of the car here. As far as I saw, too, it's just Sideswipe. And Thunderfist, too. Let me see. Oh, you know what? I can just go down the tracks. I'm such a fool. Oh, no, I can't. Only trains allowed through here. Weird. Oh, I'll come back to this. I don't want to do Emily Coast yet, because it's kind of a long puzzle one. Let's check out Breton Tracks. I remember this one. This one's fun. That's wild. It just has high-resolution film clips in the middle of it, though, Aki. Oh, yeah, here's a good crane level. Can't destroy any of this. I just have to run. I don't remember where though. Should follow the RDUs probably. This one has a lot of. I'm gonna have to use the crane to move the bulldozer quite a bit. Let's see what I mean. Oh, or you can cheese it with the door opening glitch like I used earlier. Yeah. Let's check this out. That's how you cheese it. And the level's over. Normally you're supposed to like move the crane. You're supposed to move this over with the crane and then like move the TNT over. But I don't need to do any of that shit. I'm gonna try to knock this one down too. I'll actually just knock this one down with the TNT. That's fine. Normally it's a pain in the ass, so anything to make it easier. Yeah, it's just the door opening glitch is very funny. Don't worry, I'll be using lots of cranes later. They're unavoidable at a certain point. Should be stuff around here. I will say too, they're generally good about in the tutorial levels not putting secrets in them, so you can kind of just like, or rather like complicated RDU patterns, that kind of stuff. It's usually just like, nah, just go find them. I gotta add this to my collection, unfortunately. I just have to get in it to add it. It's fine. I probably have to use. I probably have the crane over there or something.
You're just trying to impress me. I hope this works. Some very lovely frame rate and a very blurry little man. Oh, there they are. Yeah, should be fine. So the problem with the cranes is you kind of have to center stuff very carefully on it, otherwise it just like flat won't work. But we're good here. Nope. Oh, I guess I can just drive over. I'm so silly. Just a regular silly Billy. Did that not display them on my emote wall? What in the wide world of sports? What in the fuck? Yeah, for sure those shipping crates were buildings I had to destroy, but I guess not. Awful tight camera. Ugh. Okay. I can do that. We'll move it to a new place though. There we go, now the emote wall's working. Can go right on the more button. No problem. Welcome. Also welcome, Scotty. I got my chicken kebab plate in front of me. I got my blast core. The AC's cranked and you can't feel it. It's great. There we go. Bulldozer's gonna hit that rat. Yeah, he's center screen. Sorry, everybody. I know you gotta see these riveting graphics. Making good time though on this game. Getting pretty far already. I think there's still like a good like 40 levels though that I haven't played. Like there's a lot. think there's a secret there. I'll have to come back there. I think if they're green, they still have secrets. Yeah. Yeah, let's go to Tempest City. Why not?
You can do this.
Ah, the gas pump. Getting there. I just don't care for the missile trike because it's kind of boring. This is all you do. The hardest skill to learn on the missile trike is how to like aim properly, like how to slow your momentum so your missiles don't just fly everywhere. Because normally you want to just go as fast as possible because it's one of the faster vehicles, but it's just you can't control the shots. Still an easy game. I know I make it look easy. That's because it is. Everyone should play Blast Core. Either in the rare replay bundle or on N64. It's fine. Ah. Hey, see this? This is a secret scientist over here too. I can't remember, there's like a trick to getting up there. It's like you have to like destroy that. Yes. There we go. You can also open that with the door trick, but maybe I can't come up here as a vehicle. But again, this thing is like too fast for its own good. It's kind of annoying. This is a building, by the way. Not only am I up here for the secret, but it also counts as part of your total. Which is like, I guess it's a good way to get you to explore, is to be like, well, you can't 100% the level, you know, until you fully explore it, including getting the secret scientist here. Man, just keep the carrier safe. That's I'm not gonna read this out loud. She's telling me there's one on the Ebony Coast. So they do tell you where the first scientist is, if I remember right. Oh, come on. But then they just kind of give you the order of scientists you haven't collected yet. And just goes, you know, just tells you, hey, there's one here. The dumb little Burger King Kids, not Burger King Kids Club, like Riddler rhyme. I don't know why I went to Burger King there. That was a weird one. Had some unresolved feelings about the riddles that came with the Burger King Kids Club meals, apparently. Nice. Accomplished Conqueror is a weird title. Exactly. I'm gonna take 5 and use the bathroom. Probably eat a little bit of my meal. Just leave this music up, I think. And go to the BRB. Be back in like 5. Just joking, I can't leave that up on the, I just realized, on the BRB screen, because there's no source for it. Here, we'll listen to some sick music. Not that one.
Good luck.
Hello. I'm back. You enjoyed the pleasant music. The Gregory House thing will fade in better later. I don't really care enough to edit around it earlier. I thought it'd be funnier if it was just a picture. I thought the kitschiness of it just being a single like a single frame from the anime with the scrolling text inside would be pretty funny. I'm gonna try to get like an 8-bit one done. I need to find a pixel artist for that. I would love to get like a little with like flickering candles and stuff. I would love to get a little gif of that. So that'll be a fun thing. That's the wrong button. That's my stream layout. So let's get back to it. It's Blastcore, baby. Thank you, Aki. I'm back. I don't have too many more levels to beat. These are mostly challenge. The small ones are usually challenges or races. So we'll go to Glander's Gulch.
Try
Always
an
sports car.
exercise.
Go for it.
I'll do a race. Why not? The races are kind of boring though, because they're just time trial races. I am, and I'm in my little sports car here. It's pretty great. Well, I got like burning on my screen. What? It's not like, what is that burning out though? It's something on my monitor. It's not visible on the stream. Usually when I have this on, I'll have it sit on the test pattern, so I'm just trying to figure out. This screen shouldn't have burn-in either. It's not a CRT, it's a LCD. Whoa. Yeah. Might just be a digital after image. I'll switch to filtering after this. That's wild. I don't know how I could get burn-in for waiting for 5 minutes on the same screen. That's absurd. See what I mean though? So the races just become like memorizing the map as best as possible. It's probably the weakest part of the game. And even then, I like some of the races. I think they're kind of fun. But like, oh yeah, there's a shortcut there I'm supposed to be taking. But most of the gold medals are predicated on stuff like that, like taking a specific shortcut. Okay, that burn-in is bothering me. I'm gonna switch to filtering a few times, see if that fixes it. That fixed it. It was a thing with my my upscaler. It's fine. It's fine. Got this.
No trouble at all.
Should be doable.
Show us what you've got.
Just, you know, boring.
Do this.
I won't get. I won't bounce around on the end this time, and I'll take the shortcut, so it'll be fine. There we go. That's more like it. No problem, just slap me in a little red sports car, you know? Who wouldn't want a little tiny red sports car to drive around? And I ask you, Stuart Little was spoiled as fuck. Also, I haven't seen the movie in a really long time. Do they explain how like a little wind-up toy car is just like drivable? I mean, like the logic here and on the logic on display here in Stuart Little isn't exactly sound, I think.
Not a scratch on it.
You're just trying to impress me.
Easy. Not gold. Oh my god. I still have to shave off 4 seconds somewhere. Well, whatever. I usually save all the races for last because they're kind of boring to me, but I should probably work some of them in.
Show us what you've got.
Go for it.
Nope. Let's try that again.
Show us what you've got.
Good luck.
And I keep turning there because I keep thinking it's like a secret.
Show
But I'm a
us what
fool.
you got.
Time to get moving.
See, like, maybe I'm wrong, but watching me go through these like, time trials it's very silly because it's not really me showing off fun new mechanics. I'm just like, well, here I am driving well. I say as I fuck up. Here's me making very tight turns that I memorized a long time ago. No. I guess people watch speedrunners, and I'm just like
No trouble at
a
all.
speedrunner, but a dipshit. Like, if you replace speedrunning with being stupid.
Show us what you've got.
Time to get moving.
I kid. I got this time. I just won't brag anymore. There we go. Whoa. No. It's still better though. I think I still got it. That's true, I don't watch NASCAR. This is basically just NASCAR. There we go. I got the gold bulldozer. Let's see, Moraine Chase, Micah Park. Let's go to Micah Park.
Show us what you've got.
You can do this.
It's really funny they show you the little remote controls to let you know you're in a weird camera mode. And it's like, really? No way, I couldn't tell. You destroy all the buildings, you know. I don't usually like comment on the level types because they're all the same, right? It's either just, it's pretty self-explanatory. Might be enough for a victory.
You're just trying to impress me.
Yeah. That level took me so much goddamn work when I was a kid. Just like, you have to be so gentle with the brake most of the time on that vehicle. It's ridiculous. Let's go to the salvage war.
Try this for size.
Time to get
Oh yeah,
moving.
this will be easy. The bulldozer's just like overpowered is the problem. If you're really good, you can beam the boat. You can take the rocket trike here, and you can hit the boat with it, and the boat's worth like a shitload. But I don't like to do that, 'cause it's boring. Uh-oh. This is not very efficient. Oh, I really missed that one. Bulldozer's only club, it's true. I thought I could miss this one and be okay. I gotta do that over again. That was
You're just
embarrassing.
trying to impress me.
Try this for size.
You can do this.
It's a lot easier if you just kind of like don't be perfect the first time around and then do this basically. That way you're not really double backing that far. But yeah, if you can destroy that boat as the trike, it's just like that's like the secret way to cheese this level. It's okay. It's one more. I can add one more, of course. Toss the toes. I'll even stack them. You want me to stack them? And stagger them? Stack them it is. You got it, pal. Let me mirror them. Let me mirror that one. Let me see. Flip. It's fine. They're just boogieing the rat stack. The rat stack is ready. Okay, it's time to do another race. I gotta do them all eventually, so I'm just gonna try to work them in.
Show us what you've got.
These are much more annoying if you don't know the courses already, I will say. I played these like non-stop when I was a kid, so I know the layouts for the races pretty well, but they're very unforgiving with the times. Should be good.
You're
Yeah,
just
that's a
trying to
jam.
impress me.
They love that banjo, don't they? Yeah, look at that. I barely made that. I made it by 0.1 seconds. Do one more race. Nothing to it, yeah. One more race and we'll get back to regular
Show us what
levels.
you've got.
Ugh,
I hope this works.
most of them are short enough that it's not a problem, but some of the long races you just are like, all right, I'm done, please. This one has a shortcut too, right there. Should have taken it. Ugh. Chasing those rats. Hey, Zer,
Show
welcome.
us what you've got.
Good luck.
Welcome to Blast Corp. The Blast Corps. I still think Blastozer is a way better name. The box art's better too. Yeah, I got stuck. I'm trying to get the gold medals, so I can't like make any mistakes for the most part. It's annoying. Don't know where that goes. Here? Am I going the right way? Nope. That's where I started. Doesn't seem like a
Try this for size.
perfect.
Good luck.
Listen, Koji, I promise you. I know I won't make it. I won't even. I'll probably get a bronze. A shameful bronze. It's not true. Any Olympic medal is an achievement if you're an Olympic athlete. Go for the gold. But settle for the bronze. Doesn't feel right. That feels way too slow. There's definitely a secret I'm missing here somewhere. I guess we'll see. Hoping I can beat this today, honestly. There's a couple of really hard gold medals later, though, on specifically J-Bomb levels. You'll see when I get there. Alright, fine, you know what? I just don't want to waste time because this is a long-ass course. That's right. There you go. You can kind of get a tail boost off of that, I've noticed. You can kind of hit the back end of your car against something like the corner and take off the gas. You'll get like a little forward momentum boost. It's not much, but it's useful. I think that's the shortcut. No?
Not a scratch
I
on
don't
it.
know where the shortcut is.
You're just trying to impress
I'm trying to
me.
remember how I got a gold on this before. Wow. Yeah, there's like a secret you're supposed to go down 100%.
Try this for size.
Minute and 10.
Get moving.
Let's see where it is. I want to say it's halfway through down one of these paths. Not that one.
Show us what you've got.
I hope this works.
Probably not that soon. Yeah, they're pretty unforgiving, honestly. Is it through here? Oh yeah, it is. Well, that's one. Not fast enough though, because it's got to be like a minute. So it's even earlier.
Try this for size.
Yeah, this game has one of the first, one of the earliest like really functioning physics engines, but it's still pretty rough at times. Over here. Probably a little further down. There's that. Just doesn't seem like enough of a shortcut, you know?
Try this for size.
Good luck.
Just doesn't seem like enough. It's not that one, it is this one. Would help if I landed it.
Try this for size.
Good luck.
I wonder if going off the jump like, I don't know, counts as doing a lap? I'm just not seeing how you get 17 seconds. Here. Where's this? Oh, there it is. Okay. So I go over and around. Alright, found the shortcut. Pain.
Try this for size.
Good luck.
But it's gettable from like right off the line, so it's fine. So you go through here, and then you go through here. Found it. Okay. At least the times were obvious enough that it was like, this is a trick you need to find, not a get better at doing the race thing. Yeah, I prefer a trick to getting... I think everyone prefers a trick to getting better. Just with all things, you know? Tricks are much more interesting than betterment, in my opinion.
Not a scratch on it.
Much
No
easier.
trouble at all.
I said I was going to eat some of my food on that break, but I lied. Alright. No more racing. All my homies hate racing. So we're gonna go the Ebony Coast instead.
Warning.
This is the first like big, hard this level is very hard, actually, and it's just very spread out. And it's got a lot of gimmicks to it. It shows J-Bomb at the intro screen, but he's actually hidden, if I remember right. And you can't actually use him unless you do a secret sort of trick. I might do the door trick again. Probably gonna do the door trick again. Secrets trick, yeah, that's right. So I'm gonna need to transport my bulldozer over here to the city so I can knock all the buildings down. So normally, to knock this building down, you need a what's it called? You need a TNT that will last long enough. But I don't want to do that. That TNT specifically. Neat. Oh wait, that knocks that down. I love that trick. It's such a it's really hard to use. Yeah. Ram dozer, excuse me. It's a really hard trick to do at first, but once you figure it out, it's like so easy. It saves you so much time. There's just like a trick to the positioning of the spot. Like it's very silly. It's based on your camera position as a like which side of the vehicle you get out is based on your camera position. So you have to position it in such a way that you can you know, like this. Check this out. Oh, never mind. Oh, I did it. Super lucky.
Not a scratch on it.
Oh yeah, welcome back, Star Crash.
No trouble at all.
Got the whole crew's out and about. Everybody want to see the blast core. All right, so you think that's like it, right? That that's just the level. Pretty simple. Well, you'd be wrong. No. And here's how. So here's where normally you have to bring that TNT block all the way back here to blow up this Moai statue, but I'm not gonna do that. There's actually a Skyfall, it looks like, in there. I think I might need the train for this one, now that I remember it. Normally it's like a huge pain in the ass, though, to bring the whole thing back here, so... You know what, I'll just go do it, since I already blew up the building. I don't want to do that. You basically... You have to, like... So the issue is you have to, like... You have to get both Ram Dozer and the TNT onto the train with you at the same time, and it's like a pain in the ass to position it, so... This is the way. Come on. Is this faster than actually doing it the proper way? Probably not, but it's definitely more fun, and you get to hear more squealing tires. Yeah, I'm gonna go get the train real quick. I'll just do it the proper way. It's fine. I've done it the proper way a few times. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I actually, I'll just do it the train way. I'll sandwich myself between the train and the Ram Dozer. That'll make it easier. Okay. Yeah, no, exactly. This game like birthed the comedy behind like the Half-Life 2 hitbox thing. That song is such a jam. I wish I could turn the music down or the sound effects down and the music up. Oh, I can't. Oh, it's actually set to loud. What kind of godless heathen would turn the music down on Blast Core? Come on. so close. I almost got it. There we go. Got it. Nailed it. A hater wit. Absolutely. Alright, so this opens up the rest of the level. Normally you have to destroy all the buildings with Ram Dozer, right? With the TNT, but you can kind of just stomp on them with J-Bomb, so we're just gonna go do that. Ooh, welcome everybody, damn. It's gonna be a long stream today, so I'm gonna try to beat this, or at the very least beat all the normal levels in one go. I've done it before, so. This is Blast Corps, one of my favorite games of all time. I think most people know it, or at least know of it. It's not super unknown. Sorry about that line, by the way, down the screen. I know I just have to. Every time I look over, I see it on the capture card, and I was like, "That's that classic CRT experience right there." You can do this though. Yeah, the line does add to the experience. I think it is honestly my capture card can't handle the post processing that's being put on by the retro tank. Alright, so I got some exploration to do here. Gonna wait for the camera to fall down. Here we go. So we're here at Easter Island. Oh. Got all the RDUs. I love the Easter Island heads that are just worth max amount of dollars. There we go. It's pretty much the whole level. You're spending the whole time finding... It's not the whole level, there's still secret levels that actually I need to grab, but... Gosh, what are those? The South American... Here's Easter Island. Yeah, it just destroys Easter Island. The South American glyphs, the petroglyphs, is that what they are? They actually have a different. It's something petroglyphs. It's not South American petroglyphs. They're just in South America, I believe. But those show up here too, because why not? It's a video game. You gotta have Easter Island in it, right? The Nazca lines. That's the right name. Thank you. Which is, yeah, the Nazca lines. That's like the new name for them. The Nazca lines are so wild because. That's just such a great example of like get on the soapbox for half a second. That's such an example of like a colonials coming to a country and being like, oh, this clearly you couldn't have made this yourself. This was made by aliens. When it's like recently they discovered that no, in fact, of course, the Nazca lines are what people have always claimed them to be. They're made by like indigenous people. It's such a like. I love like old school conspiracy stuff. Like I love the the aliens did this kind of mentality by, and they thought the same thing about the Easter Island heads too, and it's just like completely not true. Like they discovered that there was like an ancient kingdom that lived there a long time ago. It's not a mystery. They weren't aliens that made them. They just made big statues because that was like important to their culture. It's like it's not that difficult. It's just very silly. So I love that kind of like, that sort of old conspiracy stuff before they all got racist, unfortunately, so. I thought maybe there was a, oh yeah, there is a scientist I need to find here. Yeah, exactly, is there like, I've always been a huge fan of like alien conspiracies and stuff like that since I was a kid. And, I'm also just like a very heavy skeptic, so I don't believe like a lot of that stuff. But it is like immensely fascinating to me. Yeah, it was just explicitly racist instead of like
hidden racism. Here we go. This is gonna take all 6 of the scientists. The next one's in Oyster Harbor. Yeah, absolutely. So I can always get into like Satanist and global elite stuff, but the second it veers into like racist shit and anti-Semitism is where I always tap out, and it always does. It almost always taps into that shit like at some point, which really sucks because I love reading stuff about like the Order of the Golden Dawn and the Ordo Temple Orientalis. I love old occult stuff like that, like old Crowley shit. But it's so sad because you can tell when the writers kind of had a kind of, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? When the Raiders, they just kind of crossed over into their own shit. That's okay. We're here to blast core. Let's see, Morgan Hall. Let's do another race just to break him up. I'm here to blast some. Me? I'm just here to blast some corpse. So I need to find the A-Team van is in this game too, and that's the one I usually use because the cars all handle the same. There's no differences between them. The only difference is the horn and the model. So this is one of those no shortcuts, just do good. No tricks. No tricks, just simple, old-fashioned racing. Also, Aki, thank you for mentioning Micro Machines. Now I can't get it out of my head that this is just like a better Micro Machines 2. They made a Micro Machines 2, it's bad. Don't play it.
No trouble at all.
I love Micro Machines for the Game Boy. People say Revolt, but I'm not a big Revolt head. I'm sorry. I don't think the level design's very good. The tracks are really boring in Revolt. My favorite thing about Micro Machines is how tiny everything is. I love how it actually feels like you're racing on like a tabletop. I think that's so fun. Oh, yeah, it's not good. It's a bad sequel, unfortunately. Oh, I'll be using this.
Go for it.
I remember being so excited when I first discovered ROMs to play that, and I was just like, oh, this is really bad. Much like Skyfall is for racing. It's tough. So this one's kind of, I want to say it's luck, but like, if you notice, you don't get any acceleration if your wheels aren't touching the ground. So it's very easy to lose your speed. Like on these hills, but falling is fine. It's only uphill, I've noticed. That's the spot. Just reminded me I need to play Micro Machines on here too. James Bond Skyfall, that's right. Nope.
Try this for size.
I can show you how slow the bulldozer is, the ramdozer is compared.
I used to think Ramdozer was the right thing to choose for these, and it's just like, no, it's awful.
Try this for size.
Go for it.
One more try and then I'll move on.
Good luck.
It's fine. I will say the addition of the Ghost Racer is very much appreciated. I'm sure this code got reused for the Ghost Racers in Diddy Kong Racing. Getting
You're
there.
just trying to impress me.
Is this it? Did I get it? Oh man. I have to shave off 3 seconds. I might need the van. I might have lied. I'm pretty sure the vehicles are identical, but this is the most infamous level right here. This is the breaker of dreams. This is the ender of playthroughs for Blast Corps right here is Diamond Sands. This is the one that I think 90% of people who played this game stopped at, could not beat. It's probably the hardest level in the game, I would say. There's maybe like one other level I can't remember the name of, but I will once it comes up. But Diamond Sands does not fuck around. So we're gonna do Morgan Hall real quick to
I hope
just
this
get used to
works.
using, get used to using Whiplash or whatever this guy's fucking name is. Backlash. I'm just gonna call him. I just want to call him Whiplash so bad. Let's try this again. I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna do Diamond Sands. Diamond Sands usually doesn't take me too many tries. Gotta start this over again. This one's tough.
Try this for size.
Both are, yeah, these are all Apex Legends characters to me. Aha. It's a trick. That was the right move all along. Oh my god. It saves so much time. Got this. Man. Love when you can see through the textures like that. It's so funny. That's probably not
You're just
great.
trying to
It's
impress
probably a bronze. That wasn't too bad. I could get
Show us
gold
what
this
you
time.
got.
You can
Now that you know
do
the
it.
secret, just back up. Yeah, we're getting the hang of this. Got this. Oh, that didn't do anything. What in the world? Why not? Dang. So sad.
Try this for size.
You can do this.
Alright, one more time, then we'll go to Diamond Sands. Ugh, useless. No, that doesn't count. Bad.
Show us what you've got.
I need to get it to that brown building because there's no explosives near it. There we go. This is more like it. Oh wow. Nice. That's such luck. It looked better, but I got real messy towards the end. Yeah. Oh, I almost had it.
Try
Yeah.
this for size.
Okay, I can get it this time.
Get moving.
Nice. I got this. Easy now. That should blow both of those. What am I missing here? Aha. There we go. Got it that time. Okay.
You're just trying to impress me.
Take a big bite of a chicken and then prepare. Got this. No problem. Alright. I'm building this up so much. This is a backslash. This is a backlash stage. Backslash stage. There's no real. You can kind of cheese it, but not really. And if you don't know how to do this, you're just like fucked. Hey, Labov. Have a nice day, buddy. Okay. I should have went in from the other side. I'm not gonna have enough time. It's also, the timing is like super, super tight on stuff. It's not imminent. They're gonna collide with the footprint of the last thing, so they're actually very far off. Oh jeez. So optionally, you can just like jam up against it and do the door trick, but I'm very bad at that. I need like a second thing usually to land it. All right, so that's the first. Making some pretty good time though, honestly. It's the fastest is to do each side one at a time like this. I'm fucked though. Yeah, he's already here. See? Anyway, like I said, hardest level in the game, pretty much. There's like one J-bomb stage, one or two J-bomb stages that it's like really impossible to get a gold medal in, but this is like, oh no, what? I didn't mean to hit that. This is like the one normal stage that's like impossible. Come on. Oh. Alright, we're gonna try to get. There's actually a glitch that lets you get on the tracks. You can like jump onto the tracks right at the beginning by like getting over the boundary. I've never been able to really do that. I've just done it the hard way, so that's actually how you do the door opening glitch. Excuse me, I just remembered. That's the actual way to cheese this level. There we go, good start. Okay, three is good for one side swipe. Got it. Okay. This is actually the hard part. Is the second set of these because there's a building in the way. But again, this is usually the hardest level because people can't handle backlash. But it's really easy once you figure out how he controls. This one especially because they kind of just set the buildings up for you and the ground is all level. Like he's usually just hard to use because there's like hills and it's not something. It's usually not an easy to slide around on ground. But sand is very easy. You don't lose your speed. It has it makes the sliding a lot easier. I gotta get to this. Oh, come on. So I usually can door cheese this last thing pretty easily, but normally you have to hit it with TNT, but... effort. Got this. This part's like actually easy compared to the rest, so it's just like, we're done. And that's it. That's done. That's Diamond Sands, everybody. It's the hardest level in the game. It's not gonna get harder than that. Might get a little more interesting, but it took me like what, 4 tries? It's not problem. No problem. The amount of hours we spent trying to beat this level, like legit, just in like picture-in-picture, like on our big like console TV when I was a kid, like we'd sit and watch, playing the tiny little screen, and we were stuck on this for like weeks. This level is like absolutely nuts. It's in terms of difficulty. It truly is just like kid gloves come off like for the last levels. And there's even secret levels in these last levels, and then there's a whole other like set of levels after that. I know I keep saying levels a lot, but
Not a scratch on it. You're just trying to impress me.
missed and single RDU. I gotta go find it again. Survivor's free. Hey, Gulp Spooky. Welcome back. Survivor's free. The Survivor's free, again, it's a completely pointless metric. They just felt like they had to have 3 metrics. It's just destroy all the buildings. Like, survivors are never not in buildings, so it must be just so there's it must be because like the amount of medals you have unlocks like unlocks levels. So they probably just made it easier because that means you can get like a silver medal very easily, because the gold, silver, and bronze are based on the amount of level completion you do, like 100%. If you get all the buildings, all the survivors, and all the RDUs, each one is 1 point. And so it's like, for 3 points you get a gold medal, 2 you get silver, etc. So I'm wondering if it's just to make getting silver medals earlier. It's gotta be. Anyway, you ever need me to come over and beat y'all's Diamond Sands level in Blastcore, let me know. I've done it for a couple people, actually. I did it for a friend a year or 2 ago, and then someone was playing this, and I was just like, are you stuck on Diamond Sands? Because everything else controls pretty intuitively, I'd say. This one right here, this one's pretty hard. This is a door cheese level, check this out. Yeah, I go from town to town bestowing Blastcore levels. Or beating Blastcore levels. This one's pretty fun. So Oyster Harbor, you have to. I can't actually take this down there. I can go get the bulldozer and knock him down, but it won't be. I won't be able to be there in time. So I gotta hope for some lucky missiles. There we go. Are you having trouble in Blastcore, mister? Alright, well, there's that frame rate. Look at that. It does not want to render that. Let's look over here. Oh, that was some frame rate. Everything's easier with the bulldozer, obviously. It's been a running theme of this whole game. So normally, you need to push these onto the crane and lower the crane onto them to blow them up, but we're not going to do that. I'm just going to go over here and do this. Check this out. This level's like a huge pain in the ass even without this puzzle, but this puzzle is like truly tedious and about fighting like awful physics, awful collision detection. So I don't mind cheesing this puzzle this way at all. Trust me, there's plenty more things for me to die on coming up if I remember right. Yeah. This one's also a very hard level, but this one's mostly just lots of little puzzles you have to complete before you die. Like the trap here is you go, well, I push it in there because it's next to it, right? No, that's not it. Yeah, that is literally a goal. People like you're opening the door so hard you're like breaking the whole building down. I'll come over to your house, Zer, and be blast core for you. It's okay. Anyway, so the trick here is you have to fill all these holes in with these concrete blocks, which I haven't done yet in other levels because I haven't gone to those levels yet. But normally you're just like, well, I'll just push the ones that are close to it in there, but they literally trick you by hiding 2 of them behind a spot where you need 1. So if you push it in there, you just fail the level and have to start over again and do the TNT block shit all over again. It's miserable. So that's why we open the door. It's a great puzzle. Like, I love the puzzles in this game. They're very satisfying to figure out. It's unfortunate I know all of them, but they're still difficult at times, you know. Well, settle in, Aki, because I'm about to beat it right now. I'll at the very least, I will see the ending. We'll see the regular ending today. I should be able to get through that. I'm pretty close. I don't know if we'll see the screen that says like you are a master of the game, where I have to get gold medals and everything. It usually takes me like 2 days worth of playing through it, but I'm making pretty good time right now. Okay, it's boat time. There's a boat. You think, oh, I have to go to that boat, right? No, you have to go to this boat. Ah, there's actually a TNT thing right here too. Check this out. This one I don't think you can cheese. I think I've tried to cheese this one. This one, that unlocks like another secret, if I remember right. Oh, the face? Yeah, okay, so the face is there to tell you that, that's your character. That's there to tell you that you have, your train or boat is lined up properly with the dock, so you can get out. There's so many little quality of life things in this game. Yeah, that face right there, that definitely like arose during development, like during playtesting, that they actually like listened to their playtesters on. Oh, here we go, never mind, that's how you break it. But I have to break both sides. Ah, yeah. Another building that requires TNT, you think, but not so. Again, not when you have a very strong door. Yeah, this side's not, I don't think, TNT doorable. Yeah, TNT or a strong door. It's just a suggestion, honestly. Okay.
You're just trying to impress me.
Wasn't too bad. See, that level's easy if you know the puzzles. They just like that level's just full of like trap puzzles basically, where it's like if you try to complete some of the puzzle before looking through the full thing, you'll just lose. Not my favorite. So I need to destroy this first before I do anything else because, well, it's the most random thing to destroy. Rather, not the most random, but it's like the only thing I need to destroy that's unreachable from the other side. That they put over here, and it's completely random, I was gonna say, where my missiles end up. for the most part. So maybe they'll hit the boat. Maybe I'll reload. God. Miserable. I mean, I am a rat, right? Rat's got a cheese. Yeah, I don't know. This one always gets me. Usually takes me like 2 or 3 tries to like accurately line up missiles. I should watch a speedrun on this sometime and see what they do. But it's an easy. This one's an easy restart at least. So.
I hope this works.
It's like not reaching though from here. I don't know why I destroyed those. I'm gonna have to come back and destroy them anyway if I fuck up breaking the boat. Come on. Maybe I can get this one with the door bug. I can't remember. I might be able to. Let me take a look. This fell like fucking 3 stories, Jesus. I might even be able to drag a TNT all the way down there. Not that one though. Such luck. The TNTs have a very long fuse, so it's probably possible. Let's see what this does. I can't push it into it, but it could explode and blow it up. It didn't. We'll just go do everything else first. We'll be fine. Right, I have to come over here to destroy. Of course. That's the thing I have to destroy with the bike as well. I need to find it. There's a TNT somewhere I need to find. Is it over here? The coolest thing about this game is they really reward you for just like going, wait, I can go back this way with stuff. Like, can't do anything here, but you can imagine. Giving you free range to just move the vehicles kind of wherever you want, for the most part, is very nice. light them up, unfortunately. I'm sure I have to come bring a TNT over. Guess I also haven't checked what's over here. Same with the first boat. The first boat is probably where the secret is, actually. Yeah. There's definitely a secret on one of these. But the first boat's like already lined up. That's too suspicious. In fact, I think that's where the TNT is, yeah, that I'm gonna need to break open that path. I remember this now. Anything else over here? Got this. No, fuck. Nope. It's very easy for it to get lodged between the fence and the front of the ship. No. Got it. Okay. Now we're in business. See what's over here. I want to say there's a scientist. Oh yeah, there he is. That's 3 of them. I'm gonna need 3 more. Ironstone mine. I'm gonna need to blast my way down. 2 seconds. I'm gonna go get my Greek fries that I forgot about. I'm gonna go eat those. Koji, I wish the emote wall doesn't animate. I'm sure they'll add it eventually, because right now this is just like Streamlabs' generic one that they just came up with. I'm sure it'll animate in the future, because I think they just saw other people doing emote walls, and all Streamlabs OBS does is they just rip off whatever is popular and put it on their own platform, which that's fair. I call that the Fortnite effect. It's just Fortnite's a fun game because it takes all the successful stuff from other games, other better games, and puts it into one game. As someone who likes Fortnite, it's sadly true. But that's why it's good. I have to. It's very hard to explain this to people. That it's like, I get like why you don't like Fortnite, because it's awful, and it's just a big commercial. It's basically just a big commercial platform. It's like walking into a McDonald's, right? I have no illusions that I'm being sold a product, but it is a really fun game. It's like, it is. The guns do feel very good compared to a lot of FPS, a lot of shooters. It's the McDonald's of gaming. It really is. And I think if you enjoy a McDonald's meal, you should. I cannot get out of this vehicle. If you enjoy a McDonald's meal, you could also understand why people enjoy Fortnite. Yeah, I mean, children love McDonald's too. What's the problem?
They added a new thing in Fortnite. I didn't even know. I played it a bunch yesterday because of the heat, because I could just sit in the bedroom and play it like and cool down. They added like these aliens, right? There's these aliens in Fortnite that'll abduct you, and they take you up into a little experiment thing, and you jump around in space. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's the thing. There you go, Star Crash. That's the thing. It's like it's much weirder to see them in Call of Duty to me than Fortnite, because at least Fortnite knows it's a big stupid project. Like the canned food of FPS. That is of course Counter-Strike 1.6 is the canned food of FPSs.
I hope this works.
And Jigsaw and COD, I forgot about that. It's so funny. It's you know what's got me fucked up is I have no desire to play Dead by Daylight ever, but I love watching people stream it because I just do not want to learn that game like at all. But I love watching people stream it and who are good at it. I love watching someone play as random killers and all that. Like pick your killer stuff is very funny to me. Yeah, you can be Jigsaw. It's a really bad skin. You're the puppet. Star Crash. But you're like a full-size man. It's really weird. Like they could have just put in fucking Tobin Bell. Like, but it's very right, isn't it? Like, Koji, did you see Jigsaw as well? It's a bad skin. They did a much better job of it in Dead by Daylight, where it's like I legitimately don't know how you're supposed to hit this. Is Jigsaw employed by the US government? I mean, it could be. They never really explain. They probably do, actually. That's a lie. As someone who's seen like 2 Saw movies total, which is the first and the most recent one, he probably does. How they never really explain how he's good at making traps. Yeah, Dead by Daylight looks awful, like visually, but it is very funny to see a killer with like a pride flag just like on their like totems or on their like big meat hooks. I'm just like, okay. This is weird. I'm down, but this is weird. Running the wrong way because I'm looking at my plate of food. I'm just a little guy, yeah. I realize... I guess, can you not see the little guy? Oh, you totally can't because of the rat. That's so funny. Close, it's rat, just capital R race. Well, I better go get that, might as well just go get the fucking secret over here at least. I'll come back and get the last building when I need to gold medal everything. It's fine. It's okay. No, that's from Adarat. That's the rat indicator. It's part of Blast Core. Anyway, I think that boat is probably like more impossible to get than like any of the harder levels in this game. I can't ever reliably get that boat that's floating. Jeez. See, so that's what the face is for. So you do have to be perfectly like there is some freedom to the boats and the trains, but you have to be docked in a very specific spot for it to work. There's still like limits. Yeah, exactly. Keep it in the center of the screen where it belongs. Finally got a silver. Gibbons Gate. So Gibbons Gate, I guess, is technically pretty hard. I'll probably only do like once or twice. Let's take a look. Yeah, don't you love that victory screen with all the bullshit?
Try this for size.
Time to get moving.
This is Gibbons Gate, starting a very long tradition of just ripping off Pac-Man and putting it in your game. So these evil bulldozers are gonna show up later. So keep an eye out on these evil bulldozers. Fucked that up. I really fucked that up. I meant to go through that hole.
Try this for size.
Time to get moving.
It's just Pac-Man, yeah. This was when, like, Namco was kind of like a very unpowerful company. Like, they weren't owned by Bandai at the time, so you could just rip off Pac-Man and put it wherever you want. No one cared about Pac-Man. Honestly, the hardest part of this level is the perspective. It's like knowing if one of them is coming up on you. Naruto Pac-Man. Shouldn't have went this way, I should have went the other way. The best thing about this compared to Pac-Man though is you can cheat and sort of fudge your movements. Or you could get caught. It's fine. Like, you don't have to move in a full cardinal direction like Pac-Man. You just can
I hope this works.
you can kind of fudge around corners and pick up RDUs that you didn't pass over. Just go through, it's fine. See, like that. Gone. I'm actually very good at Pac-Man too. I'm good at Mrs. Pac-Man, not Pac-Man. Pac-Man is actually a bad game. Mrs. Pac-Man is a good game. It just, we didn't realize it when Pac-Man came out, but it could have been so much better, which is why Miss Pac-Man is just really great. I'm gonna get a shitty time now because of that missed one. Missing like a single one. It's awful. RDU? Sure. That's bullshit. It's because it turned. Ah. It's fine. I would have gotten a bad time anyway.
Good luck.
It's true. Crazy Auto is the best Pac-Man. I'm sick of people pretending like it's not. There's the one missed again. Brutal.
So the issue is there in this isn't the winning, it's so much as the time trial. Is getting a gold medal in this is like really hard. Since it's all based off of the amount of time it takes you. There we go. Or when the physics bug out like that and you could just get caught on a wall. This is working though. Actually went to, so they actually use the Pac-Man AI too, I think, where one will try to cut you off and one is the fast one that loses you. It's miserable. Yeah, I got this. Or do I? What? What was that turnaround? That was some bullshit. What? Since when can you turn around mid-path?
Show us what you've got.
I was getting way too risky getting in the center of them like that. I wanted a good time. Oh, I missed one. I can't backtrack to it.
You can do this.
I'm willing to miss one if I'm far into it, but uh-oh. That was stupid of me. I shouldn't have went down there. I knew I was gonna get sandwiched.
Try this for size.
Go for it.
It's probably, I'm just gonna try to beat it this time. Bro! That was stupid of
Show
me.
us what you've got.
Go for it.
Intentionally trapped myself. Ooh. A lot of rotates. I'm on this. Yeah, it's only 45 degrees at a time. It's fine. It gets the job done. It's not the worst camera, especially on the Nintendo 64. It's very like no bullshit, which is really nice. Oh, that was a sick turn.
This might be my last. Yes, that should be her. I think that's a gold.
Trouble at all.
I didn't stop like at all, so yeah, that's a gold by 30 seconds. That's like world record territory. No problem. Grander, yeah, the names are weird. I don't understand. I had like Supreme Conqueror or something earlier, and I was just like, all right, weird. Well, here we go, Crystal Rift. This is where you get the A-Team van. Back to normal levels. So this is like a branching paths. I can't remember. The second path just gets you there, or the closer one just gets you there faster. Like, it's basically it. One of the things you can choose with Skyfall is just the speed. The sheer speed of you running into something is usually can be enough.
You got the hang of it.
Okay. It was a clear path. Interesting. Oh, no, it's not. You can really cheese him easily. The Grandy Rat. That's right, Koji. Thank you. I'm glad someone's saying it. I like Skyfall, but it's just so much effort to loop around, and you can just run into the building. Oh, here we go. Here's where it starts getting hard, if I remember right. Gonna have to source these blocks from somewhere. It's not imminent. It's very slow. Okay, maybe it's not. What? Oh, it wasn't down all the way. Yeah, so the blocks like bounce when you drop them into the hole. So if they're not settled down all the way, it doesn't count as like flat ground, so it just blows up the missile truck. I forgot about that. Whoopsie. Still making really good time though. Only playing like maybe 3 hours, counting for breaks, and I'm almost all the way through all the levels, or almost all the basic levels at least. Settle down. Got this. You can see the little construction man and everything. So yeah, I was actually planning on coming back and streaming tomorrow, or yesterday, but the 110 heat wave in Seattle took care of any plans that weren't just laying around trying to be as cold as possible, so I spent most of the day in the bedroom with Robin watching horror movies.
and playing Fortnite. I didn't play Fortnite that much. I did some reading too, but it sure was it's okay. Wasn't that bad. Cause like I'm from a desert area anyway, so I'm kind of used to the heat. I can kind of shrug it off, but it is weird to see everything kind of just falling apart. Nope, that's not going in. There we go. Close one. This one's really fun, but yeah, it's always they like to make the timing as close
You're
as
just
possible.
trying to impress me.
I mean, I'm also bad in this a bunch of Skyfall land stuff. I'm not a pro gamer, what can I say?
Go for it.
Off again. Alright, so I can't remember if there was any. See if there's any secret transponders here. I don't think there is. Okay. Might be something on the second path though, so. Again, if your four wheels aren't touching ground, you don't accelerate, you just have momentum, so it can be like really tough to land sometimes.
You got the hang of it.
Easy. So I mean though, the little hills really make a lot of these jumps like a lot of stuff trivial, honestly.
You got the hang of it.
Let's lead to secrets. There's the van. Just gotta figure out how to get it. So again, as long as you follow the RDUs, for the most part, they will lead you to the secrets. It's not as big a deal. Stuff really isn't that hidden in this game, and it is pretty rewarding. I mean, it usually just gives you like an extra level. It's never like, well, here's the skin. Like, there's the vehicles, sure, but that's like it. You know, there's 5 vehicles total you can get, like different cars. I feel like those are different enough that they're fun to go looking for. Yeah, let's get look at the 18 van. I think I just need to go in here. No, I need to, yeah, I need a shape. Probably from over here. Yep. Should be using the bulldozer anyway. Had a hell of a cough, sorry. Ah, the block's down here, of course. No problem. Oh, I looked away to move my mic and there was a problem. So again, the A-Team van,
Seems to be the fastest. I don't know. You get a cool Mr. T impression of one of the programmers saying "out of my way." But having these vehicles is just like useful in the levels because they're faster than the actual like construction vehicles. So, you know, and more RDU, of course. There it is. No big deal. But now I can use the van in races, which is all I really want to do. Heavy Duty Waster, that's right, that's me. Oh, I don't want to play again. No.
Go for it.
Ah shit, this one still has a secret level in it too. Yeah, we'll go to Falchion Field.
Show us what you've got.
Or Falchion
I
Field.
hope this works.
This one I only know because you can kind of like... Oh, shit. J-Bomb controls like a very specific way, where if you can time those like jumps, you basically want to always be ascending and descending at the same time. But it also helps if you know where all the fucking chemical plants are. God. I love these missions, but it's so annoying that you don't get like a radar. It's not up here. Is it up here? Nope. It's the 4. Where are the other 2? No idea where this other one is. Yeah, no idea. There it is, I guess.
No trouble at all.
It's annoying. Let's try that again.
Show us what you've got.
Perfect J-Bomb play is ruined by an awful level. It's not awful. It's... Right. Just patiently waiting in line. There we go. Okay, what haven't I done? Glory Crossing. Cobalt Quarry. Ironstone Mine is where the other one said the next... I'll go do Obsidian Mile. Keep doing that. Oh. This robot, I put this one off because I just... This robot's awful. It's the, it's the worst one in the game, and I think they realized it because he's only in like 4 levels. Come on. No idea what's going on.
There we go. I can backflip through any building. Is I guess the idea, but Pat Labor Simulator.
Looks tricky.
Hate it. Hate it, I hate it, I hate it. This is the one I've never been able to figure out how it works.
Nice work.
Because it just kind of does damage eventually, so it's like whatever, but the levels aren't particularly hard. Got the frame rates crispy for this level at least. Does a gay little backflip and levels a gas station? I really like that. I should rip some of the sounds from this, like the try to keep moving lady or something, use them for stream alerts. Level done. I don't even think there's I don't even think there's secret levels in this one. I think this is just a very easy, like tech demo level almost. This level feels almost like the one they took to like E3 and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's a perfect little capsule level that's slightly difficult. Kind of shows off a really good frame rate that's not there in the full game. This is the tech demo level, and you can't convince me otherwise. Alright, it's time for everyone's favorite, another race.
Show us what you've got.
Good luck.
With an awful camera angle, I remember this one. This one's not too bad if I remember right, it's just the angle. I'm kind of surprised some of y'all stuck with me for the stream so long. for Blastcore. I didn't think a long stream would suit me, but I might just switch to like long ones, like a couple of long streams instead of like 4 short ones. I kind of like this sort of like chill. I'm just gonna play this game for 4 hours. Could just be that this is one of my favorite games though. Yeah, Aki, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. I just love to watch. I would, when I was working, I was always watching people while I was streaming. So any sort of long game I could like dive into that didn't require a lot of reading was great. Never finished Argent Towers. Well, thank you for coming out either way. Whether you're vibing or working or just playing other video games. No. Let's go do another race.
Try this for size.
I will finish this.
Go for it.
At the very least, I will show you the normal ending. Not the full clear ending. Oh, that's the secret back there. This is a secret
Try
level.
this for size.
This one has some like really
for it.
impressive camera angles for the time. Like, I know that river looks really fake, but that was like mind-blowing. Oh, this is a bulldozer level. Now I remember. I know it's a fake A-Team van.
Show us
It's like
what
the
you
British
got.
version of the A-Team van. I was
I
there.
hope this works.
So bulldozer's slower,
But bulldozer also run through buildings. Look how cool that looks. Like I said, bulldozer runs through buildings though. Yeah, that is really the problem. You think it's a race, but it's actually another puzzle. Oh, that is way faster. Like, it looks like a race, but you're wrong. Some of them are, which makes it weirder when they're just like ones that are like, that are just races, you know? Like, conceivably, I guess, you know, you could use the, like, the trike, like the missile trike here, but I wouldn't. It controls so badly. Maybe if you're, like, really good with it, maybe that's the speedrunner tech. Probably not getting the gold on this. It's also just weird that Skyfall, the dirt buggy thing, isn't the fastest vehicle for like off-roading. Like it's actually like one of the slowest. It's very weird. You'd expect it to be the best easily. Like, oh, I got one. Sick. Any race I don't have to do more than once, I'm happy for. Okay. Oh, Ironstone Mine. Okay. Still got plenty of shit to get here. I'm gonna get some water. Be right back. I'm actually gonna take another 5-minute break since I'm hitting the 4-hour mark, and I took my first around the 2-hour mark, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some water and get some fresh air and stretch. But about 5 minutes, you know, the usual. Okay, hello. I'm back. Oh, perfect timing. Sewage just ended. Sewerage, excuse me. That's of course the Biker Mice from Mars Super Nintendo soundtrack. Of course. You missed my Biker Mice from Mars rap block. You know, I really should have archived those rap blocks. I'm kind of sad I didn't, but that's okay. It's a lot of effort. Uploading to YouTube. Get my own feed on the sound here. Alright, let's find that scientist before we go on to the next level. The problem here is the rap blocks are lost, all those finished games. I didn't know I could upload to YouTube easily. I thought I had to download all the videos myself. Just a pain in the ass. I gotta change my upscaler real quick. Don't want to burn in those after images. That's right. Still got those after images. I really get like nothing on this level? I guess so. Oh right, I'm missing, there's like a silent BDUs on the other side of the wall I gotta get to. This is one of the few levels I don't really remember like the secrets to. Like most of these paths I kind of have just like in my brain. It's kind of why it's been so effortless, but oh, that upscaler is not handling it well. I'm caught on a tree. Yeah, it's giving me like jaggies. Oh, what? There's an idle animation? He just like sneezed. What was that? That was so weird. I swear I'd never seen like I didn't think this guy had an idle animation. Okay, anyway. Something over here. There it is. Here's what I'm looking for. Old buddy Ramdozer.
It's a shame the capture card kind of washes the colors out on this game. It's pretty vibrant otherwise. Aha. What do you need this for? Nope. Of course, I remember I wasn't paying attention. When I went through this level earlier, I guess. Alright, Aki. Have a good night. I'm pretty close to the end anyway, so... Time for the secret room. Here he is. 2 more left. So I gotta go to Argent Towers. Just keep my eye on the marker. Ratfack. Rats can grow up to 10 times. Rats can eat up to 10 times their own body weight. Rats are omnivorous scavengers. That one's true. I think there's... There we go. Let's see if there's any secrets. Doesn't look like it. Just the guy. Bye. Let's go rats. Love the rats, baby. Let's go rats. The only downside is you don't get to bring the Ramdozer with you outside of this little section at all. So I have to sort of move it back, and then if I hate myself, I want to use the Ramdozer to make it much easier for me to get to the end of this. Otherwise, it'll take me like a good 2 minutes to run all the way down there. So it's just my little man. My little man. Just a pain, you know? It's all about saving time. Real a lot against being a Nintendo 64 kid, and I guess I was, huh? Can't be helped. Another scientist. So the scientists give us the real ending. So this is what I was working on back here.
Keep moving.
Like I know most of this secret, I just don't remember the very start of it. That's the tough part. I gotta find a way to move that is basically the idea. It's just that easy. Somewhere there's a path. So there's not a bad ending, there's a good ending and a true ending. So more specifically, there's an ending you get for beating all the levels, all the main levels at least. And then you have to beat all the main levels, and then you have to find the 6 scientists. And that gets you the good ending. Gets you the final level, which is like you have to land like a space shuttle. It's very silly. You'll see. And then there's secret levels that you get for getting a gold badge on everything. And I think I'll just get the gold badge like off stream. Like I could show off every level. Yeah, and then you got that unlocks more levels. That unlocks a set of like 9 levels that I don't want to spoil, even though this game is almost 30 years old. And those levels are like a blast, but they are like extremely hard, especially to get like those levels. I don't really count those as regular levels because they're not. You'll see what I mean. They're like if you catch that stream or whatever, they're really fun, but they require completely different strategy, and like the physics are completely different. I mean, they're space levels, I guess. Is the spoiler, but I'm not gonna say how they are. There's very many different things. It's not a real spoiler because I actually already spoiled it, unfortunately. As I read that, but that's not a real spoiler, I swear. The real spoiler is the cutscene that happens. That's the one thing I want to save. So this game is basically Fast and the Furious, the video game, isn't it? Not I'm realizing. Like, can I not go in there? So that links up to this over here. One thing I really like about this game is the levels are all bottles. So if you know the level well enough, you can just find, oh, there's a ramp right there. Right? No? If you know the levels well enough, you can just play them, right? If that makes sense, like, you can just be good at them. Oh, Mouse Busters is a good one. Like, if you know the levels, you can 100% them before the game tells you. And I always like that. I always like a game that appreciates you learning it, kind of getting better for you on the second playthrough. This is so weird. I gotta look this up. I can't believe I gotta look this up. Oh. I do not have to blow up that door. I'm just a big idiot. I had it right. I swear I had to blow the door open here. I guess so. No, you have to open this. It says square pit. I'm pretty sure I have to open this door up. This is the worst hint. This is wild. This is like an IGN hint, and it's just wrong. It's like, oh, I don't think this has I don't think the Ramdozer has a purpose in this level, and I'm like, no, it does. It says I have to use backslash to push the block. I swear I tried that. But just being like, oh, Ramdozer doesn't have a purpose, and I'm like, no, you just didn't. It's like a hint. It's an instruction from before the game was like fully known, which I'm glad that IGN just keeps that up on the hint page. Do I have to like get it from the other side? Oh my god, I'm so mad. Well, I didn't have to look it up, I guess. IGN. Koji, one of my favorite things, Jay and I talk about this a lot, is Sneakers, like the Xbox game, platformer game I played, where you play as a rat. Best rat and mouse game, period, by the way. Sneakers is, so there's a train in here. Sneakers has an IGN video, like videos uploaded on IGN that is very clearly someone like recording from a tripod, like recording their television. And it's from like 2003 because it's an Xbox game. And this is just like an official video that IGN has uploaded that's still like allowed. Like it's like one of their review videos. It's amazing. I'll see if I can find it here. 1 second.
IGN sneakers review. I don't want to see unboxing. I don't want to see unboxing. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. So they have it uploaded to YouTube, and it's like 39 seconds long. Let me add a video source here. Toys R Us exclusive sneakers. Excuse me. You know what? You're right. Where's I need my. There we go. Anytime the words that Toys R Us exclusive are spoken. Let me find video capture. Oh no. Let's cut that off. You can look at my cool YouTube recs because I don't use YouTube. Oh, what a nightmare. Oh, what a nightmare. I don't watch Scott the Woz, I swear. Oh, Lord. Let's watch it like this. Let me go ahead and mute this game here. I was on screen for a second. You don't know. Good thing I don't have anything like... I don't have any... Oh, I'm so glad I didn't have anything incriminating up. Anyway, let's look at this official IGN screen footage. Oh, I gotta do this so the frame rate's right. Let's start that over. I also need sound. Sound seems important. Live production. I don't actually have like a setup for videos. Whoa. Okay. There we go. It's very low quality. This is not the video I was looking for. Let's go through IGN. Don't want to get a VOD mute for that. Sneakers Xbox gameplay 2002. Okay. Oh, this is the one. Yeah, here we go. Whoa. It's like hell. Listen to that sound. It's like the sounds of like souls like dying. Like it's like what you hear in Mel's hole to hell. This must be recorded from like okay, that's enough of that. Let me go ahead and delete this. It's like recorded at like E3 or something. No tripod, I guess, but you can see the reflection of the guy holding the camera. It's still just like this miserable recording. You know, I promised you a tripod, I lied. Okay. Well, now it's easy. Let's see. Now I have this. But you'd think, oh, I need to use this to blow up those buildings, but there's only one building I need to blow. And that's the doors off this place. Because we're gonna get friggin' J-bomb here. Like that. Boom, first try. Damn, I'm good. That's Duke Nukem. Can't break these. They're on a foundation. Don't mind me, just running through the tunnel. Oh yeah. It's like one of the best songs right here, too. No problem. I can't believe you have to push it from like a specific side. That makes me so angry. Secret level. Oh no, we're not done. Forgot I need to go back over here. I gotta get the missile. I gotta get the missile trike, which I think has a name, but I hate it so much. I refuse to call it anything but missile trike. Okay. I need to get in behind the train, so maybe I can just run down from here. I look like Yusuke from Yu Yu Hakusho. My green jumpsuit. Very cool. It's not a compliment. That was an ugly ass jumpsuit. Okay. Don't get a choice. Gotta drive the cop car. What can you say? Looking for a scientist. I mean, if it's any consolation, the cop car is trapped in this hell maze. Glory Crossing. Glory Crossing it is. Also, just love the names of the levels. Gotta say, they're all very memorable. Unfortunately, I still have to get to the truck, you see. Orion Plaza, you say? Oh, this is a good one.
Time to get moving.
nice. Love this music. I think this is like the only level this is used in.
You're just trying to impress me.
That's solo rat race music.
No problemo. Angel City. Let's go Angel City. Let's get goofy with it.
You can do this.
Let's get real silly. Let's just be big silly billies. Okay, I'm done.
Keep this up.
This one gives me a lot of trouble.
Looks tricky. Warning.
Come on.
Warning.
Whoop. Whoopsie. Real silly Billy hours. Who's up? Everyone's gonna be saying silly Billy very soon. God, these roads are just like awful for drifting through. There we go. Sorry, I really goofed this one up.
Looks tricky.
Ugh. Terrifying.
Warning.
My mayor can drift in a dump truck. What can your mayor do? This is a tough one. I think it's already taken me more tries than Diamond Sands did. This is like why Whiplash is so tough, though. Sorry, Backlash. Oh my god, I'll never get it right. I'll never name this dump truck correctly. Just, they whip their ass so much around, you know? You think Whiplash makes sense, like...
Looks tricky.
I don't know why these things take so many hits. Ugh. It's nuts. Some sturdy, very sturdy buildings. Very hard to get like get going with the dump truck. Oh, one sec, I gotta respond to a message. Yeah, why would you want your buildings so sturdy? I don't understand. Why would you not want your buildings to be able to be knocked down by a dump truck just kind of plowing into them? It makes no sense. I'm just checking something real quick. Need to respond to a message I just realized. Okay. Just checking a bus schedule that I'm gonna have to take here. Okay, back to it. Got this. For what nefarious purpose are these buildings so sturdy? What did the architects intend? Maybe I'm just catching those buildings at the wrong angle. Ugh. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to like catch them from over here. Seemed to work the first time. The damn stoop gets in the way though.
Looks tricky.
It's tough.
Go for it.
that was a pretty good one. I hit both of them with that time. Okay, so I want to use this hill here. Because, again, if you're in the air and you fall on a building, it just takes the building down immediately, so it's fine. So close.
Time to get moving.
This might be the real hard stage. They just don't give you enough room as Whiplash. I did the Kathy act. There we go. Alright, I'm off to a great start. This is a great start, actually.
Looks tricky.
Okay, here we go. Got this. Got the ramp here. I'm gone for it. I'm a fool. Oh my god. I think this is the last one.
Nice work.
Whew. Alright, we're not gonna fuck around. I'm just gonna get in the truck. Gotta save the victory.
Trying to impress me.
Come back to that one. At this point, I kind of just want to beat them.
Time to get moving.
I'm gonna stop going for gold medals for a little bit, unless it's doable while I'm waiting. Ah, jeez. Need to find missiles. I ran through those real fucking quick.
Good luck.
Got this. I'm pretty sure there's another vehicle or more missiles somewhere, but now it's safe to look around. find the other vehicle. It must be hidden. I think it's hidden in one of the buildings and I just forgot.
You over here?
Yeah. Flippin' time. Spider-Man's catchphrase. Where's the truck? Oh, it's all the way back there. Whoops. Got way too ahead of myself there. I figured you meant got. It's fine. I'll just let the typo stand. Too many robot flips, honestly. Here we go.
Nice work.
Oh, that's some crunchy frame rates. Plus the robots, that's another reason to dislike the robots in this game. They usually ruin the frame rates when they show up. Like, just because they're usually faster, so they have to pan the camera quicker. Robots just suck. I'm caught up in big robot mania in the 90s. It was right after Cave Mania and followed Reality Show Mania, or it was followed by Reality Show Mania.
You're just trying to impress me.
Take the bronze. It's fine. Glory Crossing.
Time to get moving.
I feel like this is where they said the last scientist is. Could be wrong though. This one is like, I think the canonical like last level, because they had a comic book for some reason. Oh, look at that save. what I get for going for it. I would have been able to get it. Such is life. Okay, I'll get it this time.
You can do this.
Oh, we're so high up. Oh my god. Hey Goober, welcome back. We're getting towards the end. You missed the hard levels. This is probably one of the last hard levels I have left. Or you were here the whole time. Who knows? Uh-oh. Yeah, last time I saved this, I pulled it out. No, this is N64. This is Blast Core. Rare made this. This is one of the forgotten Rare games. I mean, it wasn't that forgotten. It sold pretty well, but doesn't run at a great frame rate. But it's like half the levels have a really good frame rate, and half of them are just like this. Got it. So you want to destroy those because they give you more room. Anything you can kind of pick up incidentally is good on Whiplash. Not getting stuck on terrain is even better though. That's also true. There's very few games. This game can pull some really nice frame rates when it wants to. Oh, there's that fucking little house again. It keeps that little front of the house gets me every single time. Getting blown up by a porch.
Time to get moving.
So, just to recap, escorting a nuclear missile carrier through America. If it interacts with anything, it'll explode. Oh, this one's just the worst. I can't get a good momentum on that because of the grass.
Good luck.
Yeah, the Tony Hawk on 64 is like really sad because I know a bunch of people who grew up with it, and they just don't know that the PlayStation version just is like better in every way. It's very sad. Nope. I'm hitting the tree on there. Let's see. I can take out like just 2 of those other corners. It should be clear. Oh, Odd Taxi. Yeah, I'm pretty far in it. We've watched like 9 or 10 episodes of it. It's very good. I liked it a lot more than Brand New Animal. Like, I get why people like Brand New Animal. It's fan service. It's fine, I guess. But it felt so substanceless. Odd Taxi feels like it's trying to say something. At least, you know. Yeah, no, it's still like, I like Beastars too, but it's like, I don't know, Odd Taxi feels like it has a more meaningful story than Beastars.
goofy ass high school drama that turns into whatever the hell it turns into. Yeah, no, I love the comedy duo. I also just like how unmarketable Odd Taxi feels. Yeah, and also Beastars is too late. Yeah, it feels like... Yeah, exactly. It's too horny at times, and it's just like, alright, come on, get on with the story. Like, it does... I mean, it's fine. It's like watching, like, you know, like Riverdale or some bullshit like that. It's basically the equivalent of watching, like, a CW show, but with furries. How's it going? There we go. Ah. Oh, what a save. Every time. There we go. I was like, no, I cleared that whole thing out. That should save me a ton of time. Running this thing down. I think I got it. There we go. I haven't gotten that far yet. I still have a few episodes left to finish it, so. Because I've been trying, we've been watching it. We've been trying to figure out what it's trying to say. We're just like too stupid, you know. I'm trying to figure out what the statement is in Odd Taxi. Telling me where I have to get all the scientists. Yeah, I think that's just what we arrived at too. Is it's just trying to be like it's just trying to be a film noir. It's not trying to make a statement. Yeah, and I think it's fine to read it that way. Yeah, like I think that's mostly where we arrived at too. Is like, it's just noir. It's fine. All right, Glory Crossing. This is the last scientist, folks. It's actually getting pretty close to the end here. I need to find the last scientist, and then there's a few more levels after that. Hopefully the scientist is managing these buildings. Oh, good luck, Hoover. Have fun in Dark Souls. Dark Souls Triss. Oh, this is probably just the second path. I'm such a fool. I was playing off of the stream display for a second to see if I could. It's like just barely behind. There he is. Let's head for the detonation site and set up. All right.
might as well get a gold medal here then. All I have to get is the RDUs. It's fine. This level's straightforward. There we go. The mechanical maestro. Cool. That's right. Let's turn up the music here. This is not the end. Nick Fury shows up. The song's a bop though. It's not done yet though. It's interesting. I gotta tell Aki, I didn't realize this was like a co-development thing. Coward Lincoln. Rebuilding begins immediately. In case you were curious. Whoa, that's so loud. Sorry. Here's the real bonus. Man, they really could not have made this game pre 9/11, huh? Or post 9/11. Like, they could not. There's so many buildings blown up in this game. I don't mean to be grim, I'm just, like, being real here. So you have to break everything. I'm gonna restart it here. Yeah, Secret 9/11 level, yeah. I remember there was a Dexter's Lab episode they would never re-show because there was too many buildings blown up in it. Ah, tried to door cheese that one. So this is the thing I didn't want to spoil, Koji. I'm so fucked. Oh, right. Not even close. Gonna have to go for the,
I hope this works.
Wouldn't want to spoil 9/11, would you? So you can either try to use the dump truck like an idiot like me, or you can get the stupid uppercut robot and have him do it for you.
Nice work.
There we go. Now we just hang out. Easy. Should've just done that in the first place. Just gonna hang out and eat the last of my Greek plate here from 4 hours ago. And, yeah. We did it. We saved the city. We sacrificed an entire city for the space shuttle to land. We sacrificed thousands of buildings and livelihoods to save like 3 scientists.
You're just trying to impress me.
Like, realistically, the shuttle should attempt a water landing, right? Like, not take out a whole city. Okay. Yeah, at this point they're just like, we're just gonna go to space. Who cares? We're going to space. We're just surrounded by water, but nah. We could land in the water. But nah. This is just like the Fast and the Furious. This is just a Fast and the Furious game. Now this track bangs. So we're going to space.
Show us what you've got.
Go for it.
Welcome to the moon. It runs like shit. This is the real level. First word said on the moon, this runs like shit. Yeah. It runs like unimaginably bad. But But I guess they figured like 90% of the people who, you know, pretty much everyone who played the game probably didn't get to these levels, I feel like. They do give you pretty ample time, though, if I remember right. Like, ugh. Love the space music. Space music is some of my favorite. Ah. This is where the dump truck actually is fun, because you don't have to worry about you don't really have to worry about traction or anything on the moon. The surfaces are all basically the same. It's great. Got 2 more buildings left. This one made really good time. Usually I'm not this good. Easy. So, you think this is the end. Yeah, see, there you go. But it's not.
You're just trying to impress me.
There's another set of levels after this. You can save that for another time, though. You see if there's any interesting levels here worth showing off before we call the stream, because that's the game. But I'll definitely finish this like next week. Just clean up. There's not much left. I have a few. There's a bonus level missing here, a bonus level missing here, a bonus level missing here. I'll probably just go back and shore these up. I could show you Geode Square real quick.
You can do this.
But at this point, to unlock the next levels, I need to get a gold medal on every stage. So that's a bit more time than I have, despite this being a long stream. But I did already go, 5 hours. So feeling pretty okay. Anyway, the spheres are back.
You're just trying to impress me.
Getting another rank, of course. Whoa. Dope. Yeah, so
what
The
you
reason I wanted to do Geode Square was there's a secret level here. It's in the one building. Here it is. So we have Lizard Island.
show us what you got.
This is this starts a trend of levels, of J-bomb levels. You'll see. These are truly some fucking rare games development shit. You need to basically you need to find all 15 orbs in this level, memorize where they are. Also, you can't touch the water, like, at all. It's an instant game over, so it makes this like extremely difficult. Yeah, see. Also, you still have a time trial. It doesn't unlock the secret.
Show us what you
I'll
got.
give it one more try and then we'll call it. Ooh. Ah, here. See, another area where you can't touch the walls. But ugh, you also can't plummet. Yeah. No, this is the actual hardest part of the game. When people say Diamond Sands, that's how you know they didn't get past Diamond Sands. When they say it's the hardest level in the game. It's like it's the turbo tunnel of this game. You know, the turbo tunnel from Battletoads. Anyone who says turbo tunnel is the hardest level in Battletoads has never gotten past turbo tunnel, because it's like a cakewalk compared to the second one. Anyway, that is Blast Corps, everybody. Come back next week. I'll finish it up. I'll show you the rest of the levels. It'll be great, I promise. I'm glad you all enjoyed this game as much as I enjoy it. It's one of my favorites, if not my favorite. Always good. Let's see if there's anybody cool to raid. That's me, so we're not gonna raid me. Let's raid. Let's raid Dot. I'll raid Dot. Oh, she's done. Oh no, she's starting soon. Okay. Sure. Yeah, no problem, Koji. I'm glad you liked it. Or even Duke. What's Duke playing? Oh, that game looks great. We gotta rate that. Battle Blues? Let's forget about it. Goodbye, everybody.